just for Rimworld. Don't worry, we will be back. Is Rimworld Hot Potato happening right now? No. It's happening soon. It's happening in a number of hours. I don't have the time directly in front of me with the conversion, but let me go ahead and grab the time. So it starts at 8 a.m. minus 8 UTC. 2D Carry will be kicking it off. My intention is to potentially try and go long on the stream so that I can raid directly into the Hot Potato at the end. We'll see if I get there. That's going to be a little bit late. And if anyone sees 2D Carry go live during the stream, let me know, because I'll be juggling things. But yeah, so we'll be raiding into the Hot Potato is my plan. But that's still a number of hours off. Let's see, guessing how many? That's 5 hours off, 6 hours off, 7 hours off, something like that, somewhere in there. Time conversions are hard in your head. But with all that said, we're going to go ahead and jump into some Farming Simulator, picking up where we left off. So let me go ahead and open our save. So we've been doing what's known as a 0 to hero run, which means you start with $0 and no property and no nothing. And you got to build up from there on the hardest economy settings. To that end, we're actually doing relatively good. I think we're sitting around $4,500 that are just in the bank. Because we have been doing Dare Drop, which means I get keys that I can give out to all of you as I accomplish different objectives. We had started with 5 objectives. We've already done 3 of them. And I've given out 2 of those keys. I've got another one of those keys to still give out that I just got yesterday. If I get the $1 million, I get another key to give out. If I finish the temple, which is what we've actually been working on, and we're really close to finishing, I might finish this stream or next. There'll be 2 more keys to give out. For the record, when I do accomplish a goal, there is a delay of a couple of days or a couple of hours at least from when I finish it and I have the keys to give out. So it won't be I hit the temple and just boom, there's the keys. But with all that said, it's been going really well. I do look forward to doing, there's what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge. It's a challenge I actually want to be doing, but that depends on mods that we don't have quite yet because the new version of this game did just come out about a week and a half ago or whatever it is. So you get the idea. I've got to wait for those mod maps that work with the Survivor Man Challenge to come out. It's mostly the same thing of what we're doing here, except instead of having an existing city or whatever, you just have the one building that has the basic functions, or buildings that have the basic functions you need for the game to work, and then it's just a wilderness that you slowly carve into to make your farm. So let's go ahead and pop in here and start my music. So I'll get that going. And I'll show you what I've got going on. So we have here the farms that belong to me. So I've got, this will be a field of rice. Right now between harvests, I just cultivated, so there's no plants there. But I got my big field of rice over there. And if we run over here, I've got 3 more smaller fields of rice. And the reason why we're doing the same crop versus a variety, which I actually like doing the variety, is because we are sitting in a situation where we have like no money to start with. I bought the expensive tools to get my first crop, and until I have more money, I can't do a different one. So that's another rice field, that's another rice field, and down there's another rice field. So that's our main field crop we've got going on. It is a whole lot of rice. This greenhouse here, which was actually existing on the map before you did anything, so when I bought the land, I got it. This is where we turn rice seeds into rice saplings that we then plant out here. I've got this tiny little sawmill where I feed it lumber, and it gives me goodies out to sell for a profit. I've got this as our really big greenhouse where I'm growing, like, hot peppers. I'm growing, you know, lettuce, cabbage, spring onions, garlic, tomatoes. There's other strawberries. Growing a bunch of that stuff in there that we use. Some of that we turn into kimchi, and the rest of it we just sell for what it is. Let's see, you only have to cultivate rice. It has not told me that I need to plow it yet. I do suspect after like 7 seasons or whatever the time spans at the pot, this greenhouse we're growing mushrooms. So we got oyster mushrooms and Inaki mushrooms. So we've got that for another profit thing. We just basically get the mushrooms and sell them. And way over there, that thing that looks like a metal shed, that's basically where I make the kimchi. I also take our rice and I make them into rice rolls. And then I sell the rice rolls because they sell a little bit better than if I sold just raw rice. And that's my property. So if we go over here, you can see this is the farmland I own, this little green area. Oh, and if you're going to see me say over here and the mouse is going to be in the wrong place, weirdly this one game where it shows the mouse in the game versus where I see it is different. So right now I've got my mouse over the U in unknown. and versus where you see it, it's a little bit... Oh, actually, you can't see it. I've got right on top of the 33, like right in the middle of it right now, so you get the idea. Weirdly, it's nowhere near the same. And I've had other games like that, I've been able to fix it, but I haven't gone into figuring this one out. With that, I want to quickly check. We've been building this temple over here. So that's actually got everything it needs for this phase, so I don't have to do anything this in-game day. But if you run over here, all of the new maps in Farm Sim 25 had these giant projects you can contribute to, and some of them will have smaller projects as well. So this is the one that is on this map. This is a vaguely East Asian map. And the idea is when you start here, you just got a couple of slabs and nothing else. And you start delivering wood and, you know, cement and roofing tiles, and you slowly build out this temple. And it's not like some major thing as far as, like, it doesn't change the way the game plays. They do pay you very well for the materials you drop off here. I'm buying mine, so I'm doing it at a loss. But it is just a big thing where you build that major project, then you kind of get to have the fun of really changing the city. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so I've already got my goods dropped off here for the next tier. That's what this truck is doing here, and that's what you're doing there. So I've actually got things in a good place this in-game day. So let me check what sales we've got. I don't care about any of these. So we're not going to worry about our sales. We're going to take a quick peek at the contracts. See if there's any contracts. I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely doing that. Those aren't bad cultivating ones. The harvesting one of the green beans wouldn't be terrible, but I have nothing else I need to be working on. That plowing one is deceptive. That could take a very long time. So I'm not going to do that. So genuinely, I'm not going to worry about any of these contracts. And then finally with that, we can go in here and our water is full in our greenhouse for the... Yeah, so our water is good in all of those, and the sawmill can probably go another in-game day. So we're just going to advance time real fast. We're getting to the winter, so there's not as much we need to do here. But you see that there's a season pass with a new map, new vehicle pack, crop pack, customization pack. Is that normal each pass? Yes. Each pass will usually have an expansion DLC that usually involves a new crop, a new map, and a bunch of equipment that goes with it. And then there'll be like three packs. And those packs are usually just a handful of new vehicles each. Or equipment, I should say. They're not necessarily vehicles. But they could be like new tractors, harvesters, you know, trucks, whatever. Like they'll usually introduce like a new brand of equipment or a new series of equipment. But usually it's expansion one that has all like the goody goods. But usually a good time, yeah. So we still got wood in there. That's fine. We can check again on the sales. That's another telehandler. I don't really need any of those things, so we're not going to worry about that. And we're going to check our contracts yet again. Honestly, 10,000 for a sunflower field is relatively good. So I actually think I will grab... They're both sunflowers. Yeah, so I'm going to actually do this one. So I'm going to borrow you. I'm going to accept you. I'm not going to worry about any of the other ones. Like, these ones are fine. They're fast money. But while we're working on other stuff, because I believe today in game day... Oh, thank you for closing the queue, Cookie. So I believe we will need to do the next stage on the temple today. So while I've got this off doing its stuff, I'm just going to assume I'm going to need a bunch of beams and planks. So I'm just going to do a delivery of beams and a delivery of planks while this works. Sneaks into the queue. How dare. Alright. I figured you didn't want a fresh queue for the thing later. Yep. Well, yeah, no, I actually have a different command for the giveaway later. What I'll probably do for the giveaway is, like I said, probably about halfway through the Farm Sim segment. What I'll likely do, and that's half of, like, for the normal time. I'm not going to count what we're going to go long for. What I'll do is a little bit before halfway, I will open up a giveaway. and I'll give people, you know, half hour or so to sign up for the giveaway. And then once we get to that half hour, I will be giving away a key for the full game, like the entire Farm Sim 25, as well as its DLC. I actually don't remember which DLC it is. There's 2 of them, but they're just extra vehicles. They're not like a major DLC for this one. But yeah, so it is the full game and the DLC that I'll be giving away. And that's thanks to Dare Drops, who... That's the reason I put as the ad. I don't know if I need to put the ad in this one, but I'd rather just... Like, it doesn't hurt me to put ad on it if it's not technically an ad. But it's so much of a thing being like, okay, obviously if you get paid money, it's an ad. Fair enough, easy. But if I'm given stuff to give out to the audience, that's probably not an ad. If I'm given stuff for myself, though, that probably is an ad. And Dare Drops does have an indirect way you can make money off of it, which I don't think this one qualifies, so it shouldn't apply. But it's just kind of one of those things that it's murky enough that I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to label it an ad. I'm just going to label it. If it's unnecessary, who cares? Like, if seeing that is enough to get people to not watch the stream, whatever. Otherwise, we got that. All right. So let's check on our sawmill. So sawmill does have a thing in planks. There's at least 3, if not 4 things over at our sawmill. Oh, let's also, before I drive away, let's check on you. Because you probably have like 300 or so in these to still do. 100. Yeah, so it'll slowly tick down. That sign not coming? Yep. Well, I mean, the temple needs its signs. That's what the temple's for. That's our headcanon, at least. Oh, you're still set cruise control to next to nothing because I overloaded a truck earlier. Alright, so take the truck over. And for people who are going, well, what even changes Farm Sim 22 and 25? It looks like the same game. First of all, the graphics have gotten way, way, way better. We got volumetric fog, we got volumetric lighting. They've done a lot of improvement on the textures. The water physics, like, I mean, there are water physics. That alone puts it a different thing. So there actually is a huge improvement on the graphics. It doesn't communicate very well on stream because, you know, when you are streaming it, you are taking whatever resolution you've got it, and you're taking it down to 1080p. And then on top of that, you've got video compression happening with the encoding and everything else so that it can be streamed over you and not be multiple gigabytes per, you know, hour or whatever. And so, like, with all of that kind of stuff combined, you are missing out on most of the fidelity. And that's fine. Like, I don't think that's a big deal. But it is those things that'll happen. It's like, nah, the game looks the exact same as 22. It's like, if you're watching on stream, sure, it probably actually does. Other than, like, the volumetric stuff. And it still looks great over stream. Yeah, no, it still looks good over stream. But it's the thing that I imagine with all the compression and everything else involved, if you do a direct comparison between 22 and 25, a lot of the difference is far more nuanced. Are you setting over a higher resolution on YouTube? No, so I'm only encoding once for both platforms. Just because otherwise I have to have like multiple encoders running and just killing my CPU and GPU. If I was running a dual PC setup, I would do that. Like, I feel like, genuinely, I feel like if people are running a 2PC setup, as they do that, what is it, the enhanced streaming thing that Twitch is getting going? To me, it actually would make sense to offer multiple resolutions with that. I don't, as in both like vertical and horizontal, I don't think it makes sense to do the 4K. I actually kind of feel like the people who are going to be streaming 4K is going to be very low, both on the content creator side and the people consuming it. Because unless you're sitting on a really, really good internet connection, I just expect 4K to be not a great experience from a stability and, you know, that kind of thing standpoint. Because just the amount of data involved in that is going to be really high. But as far as like a lot of things, streaming vertical and horizontal, making things specifically catered for mobile and all that, I do feel there's going to be a really big benefit there. And yeah, for people on their desktop, they're not going to care. But even then, still, running 4K resolution stream and all that, like the number of people are even going to have their own internet connections with that kind of upload is going to be pretty low as well. I think it'll be a gimmick that, you know, you're going to have channels who do that, and there's going to be people who want to see it. But I feel from a pragmatic standpoint, people just aren't going to be pushing it. I could certainly see, like, I could certainly see people going a bit higher than, like, 1080p and all that. That I'd believe. So maybe not going all the way to 4K, but, you know, something in between. That to me would be more plausible. But then even with that, I imagine it's going to be a very small subset of creators. I also feel like a lot of games you won't notice it that much. Because it's already a thing that there's a lot of games that when you start getting up to, you know, over 2000 whatever resolution by whatever, and then you jump all the way up to like the 4K resolution, like the observable difference between those two is pretty nuanced versus like, you know, 1080p to like 2000, 2500 whatever resolution is far more noticeable. The 1080p, the other resolution is like 100%, 150% the current bandwidth load. So like 7 or 8 megabytes per second. Let's see, you only notice 1080p versus 1440p is a tiny text fidelity locally. Likely they've got the encoding blurred. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. One of the reasons why we're going to be able to do the 4K is we're going to be using different encoding. It'll be using AV1. And AV1 is a better encoding for higher resolutions than what Twitch is currently based on. Which, well, I guess technically they do have AV1 now, but it's a slow rollout. It's just been taking forever to actually get that to happen. There we go. Yeah, it sucks to need to upgrade hardware to encoding for AV1. Yeah, like I said, I see it as those things. You're gonna definitely have people doing it. I don't think from either the consumption or the output that I expect to see that be a mainstay. I definitely feel I could see a lot of people switching to AV1 in general. It's just I don't see them going all the way up to the 4K very often. Especially with the fact that it practically is going to require a 2PC setup to do the thing where you're encoding 4K and 1080p and, you know, 1440p and all that kind of stuff. Because that's the catch. Is right now I encode a stream and I send it to Twitch, and then Twitch on its end takes what I send it and then re-encodes it as a bunch of different resolutions. So that, you know, I send it to them at, I don't remember what it was, like 1440p or whatever. And then they'll sit there and they'll like downcycle it to 720p, 1080p, all the other different things. I feel like it's 1080p, it doesn't matter. But like they'll scale it down to the different resolutions, so you know people with more restrictions on their internet can, you know, get the lower resolution one to eat less bandwidth and all that. But to do the 4K, I have to on my end encode the 4K, the 1440p, the 1080p or whatever. It's their whole enhanced thing, where the idea is basically they'll let you have these resolutions, but you got to do it yourself. Which I actually do not think is unreasonable. I do know there's people concerned about like the slippery slope of that becoming normalized, and then suddenly everyone is required to encode all of the different resolutions they wanted available, and then that becomes a problem. And maybe that does happen someday, but I do feel like the ultimate answer of what's going to probably happen with that is likely we'll get plugins for stuff like OBS or whatever, that you'll have that 1080p you start with, and it'll just like have a downgrade on the encoding as well for like the one or two more common lower ones. And you'll have a lesser range offered. That'd be my guess of how it'd play out. I think OBS 30 already supports that. At the same time, though, I mean, maybe it does. Like, I know you can do a bunch of different resolutions. I'm not aware of OBS allowing me to do multiple different encodings and sending them out as different signals. Without plugins, that is. There are plugins that will let you do that. But that's a whole different animal. Is that just you or is the trailer? No, that's just a really big trailer. Yeah, no, it might be. Like, it very well genuinely might be. I actually do not keep up with the OBS patch notes. Yeah, so this is a pretty cool trailer. It's actually split up in 2 separate sections. It's got kind of like a front and a back section. So it is just a really, really long trailer. As you can see, it's got like 3 wheels in the back and everything. It is a pretty neat one. If it's the one I'm thinking, though, you had to empty out both sections of it separately. So it's got like both sections kind of go to a ramp in the middle, so there's a front and a back half. And so you have to like go to the front half, empty it, go to the back half, empty it. So it does have a ridiculously high capacity, but there's a minor annoyance to that. Like I said, it's a minor annoyance. It's not a thing to do that they're deeply upsetting or anything. You're just like, oh, well, I guess I get to empty this twice. Let's see, you suspect some of the multi-res folks will do like the old unaffiliate affiliate method, and just source res only. Just source res only. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Now you'll probably have that, very genuinely. Like, I think what will ultimately happen is when it comes to all of that being available to everyone, if we get there, is I feel like most people will find like what is the common resolutions that people want to consume at, which I think is going to be 1080p and like 1440p. And then for like mobile device, it'll be like 720 or 540. So you'll have like just a 1 or 2 resolutions that are really commonly consumed, and then they're probably not going to put the effort into the other ones. Yeah, no, you do have situations, again, like with people with spotty internet or mobile internet, that very genuine, they will drop to like 160p and all that. You know, it sucks, but like, if your internet's dodgy, that's what you can do. I thought I had more lumber than this. So grab these little ones that I dropped out of here while shifting stuff around. You do 1080p on mobile, seems to handle pretty well. 2560. I don't believe Twitch is available at 2560. I mean, I guess if someone has one of the enhanced encoding things, it might. I'm trying to remember. Like, I could check what it is. Because I know I'm running the highest resolution you can do without encoding everything yourself, because I don't have access to the thing that lets you encode at whatever resolution you want. Or, you know, you get where I'm going with that. Yeah, 1440p, yeah. I think that's what I have mine as. I'd have to check, because those things you set up and then you just leave it alone for long periods. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, the 1080p, if you've got a good cellular connection will usually be okay. But, like, especially if you're on the rural areas where maybe the signal source isn't as good because there's not as many towers and yada yada. A lot of areas have dodgy internet, dodgy mobile connections and all that. You don't notice the difference on the small screen. Mostly just listen when you're on mobile. You don't think the screen has enough pixels to do 1080p at 2 inches width? So actually, most mobile screens are actually not that bad in resolution, comparatively speaking. But it's still one of those things that it doesn't matter if you have the pixels, if they're microscopic. So, you know, sure, you can get a good resolution thing on there. But if the pixel density is so high that it's just hard to see anything, there's not really a point in doing the higher resolution then, because you still can't see it. And yes, in all reality, if you compared side by side of something that's, you know, 2,000 pixels by 1,000 pixels on a mobile phone, the 2,000 pixel would look crisper and all those things. But my point is still more, you're not going to be comparing them side by side. You're going to be consuming it as its own stand thing. And it's just one of those things you won't really notice without, like, looking at one, then the other, and back and forth. It won't have a practical impact. Was changing out tractor implements was that easy? Yeah, just roll up and then hit a button. You don't have to, you know, line it all up perfectly, get all thing, like, put everything in place. Maybe you have to have it lifted into position or whatever, or lowered into position. The point being, it's more work. Kick wiggle it. Yeah, I've not done farming equipment, but I've definitely had to hook a bunch of equipment to each other plenty of times with, like, the lawnmower stuff, and I mean, to a certain degree, even, like, just woodworking tools. And you go and you get, like, that extension to your table saw, and you go to put in there, it doesn't quite line up, so you kind of gotta give it a little elbow grease, give it a little nudgy nudge. That, you know, the level of precision they're required to do is not particularly high, so things aren't hyper precise. So there is a little bit of things being a couple millimeters off here and there, need finagling. Yep. And those aren't nearly as heavy as those implements be. Like, I don't know the weight on a header on these. The game tells you. But it's not something you're just gonna pick up one hand and just shove into place. If you can pick it up at all. But that gets back into what makes these style of games so much more fun than real life. In real life, switching out your tools can be a whole big thing. In the video game, it's you drive up and you hit Q or you hit whatever your button is. Usually need a field bottle jack. I'm assuming that's like a regular bottle jack, but just has a wider base so it doesn't sink in the dirt. Or otherwise it's got like a mesh base or whatever it is, just, again, so it's got more surface area. It is a weirdly steep spot. Because know what a bottle jack is. No, it's just when you keep out of field so you don't have to haul it around. It's just usually crusted in mud. Gotcha. Because I kind of figured it was going to be one of these things that, you know, a bottle jack is just, it's a glorified cylinder with a hydraulic piston in it. So I just kind of figured it's going to be one of those things that you'd run into problems because it would sink in the dirt. Come on, get around that stump. I'm not sure you're actually stuck on the stump. I'm not sure what you're stuck on. It's not specially purposed? Gotcha. Well, that's interesting. Like having a counter sponge and a dish sponge? Gotcha. Or an inside broom and an outside broom? Gotcha, fair enough. Makes sense. Let's see, you asked a casual question on a farmer forum here about tractor companies and might have started a war on accident. I imagine there is a certain level of brand loyalty. That happens in a lot of different trades. So question is, when this side fills up, yeah, it's gonna go ahead. I also feel like the level of brand loyalty has changed a little bit outside of that. Like, I mean, obviously with farming, it's probably still a thing. But it kind of used to be that when it came to your mechanics tools and all that, you would have these people who would, like, straight up get into near-violent arguments about, you know, oh, Snap-on's better than Craftsman's better than... oh man, I forget the third brand. There's like good 5 or 6 major brands that are seen as high-end or whatever, which Craftsman's not. Like, for the record, I used to sell them. Craftsman's not a high-end brand. It's like a middle pack brand. The big thing that made Craftsman good was exercising the warranty was one of the easiest. Are they all made in the same factory? No, I don't believe that's the case. There are a lot of tools that is true of, but the only ones I know that being true of is Craftsman versus Companion, because Companion is the budget version of Craftsman. It's basically Craftsman without the warranty. They also use a slightly different metal. You don't like John Deere? It's apparently shared. Yeah, that's because they have that whole... If you want to do maintenance on it, you got to go through their official people and all that. So even if you know what to do and all that, you're just not allowed to do it. Why is that, like, coming to the exact same spot no matter which way I tend to pull it? I think there's a tree up the... There we go. I think there's a pair of trees up the hill that it was, like, wedged between that was just lining up. So you're mostly use John Deere tractors in the game at the moment, mostly due to the ones you like not being available. It makes me feel dirty using John Deere. I don't have any kind of meaningful opinion about the different vehicles so far as brands go in the game and all that. Obviously, real-life implications are different. I'm definitely on board with, you know, right to repair and all that, that once I buy a piece of equipment, it's mine. And you can't require me to repair it, you know, through your official challenge. It's a thing that you can do stuff with a warranty and all that, and that I understand. Like, I get if you have someone who has, you know, may or may not have a clue what they're doing, and they do that, that you would start going, okay, well, once you do this or this, your warranty is null and void or whatever. Fine. Or if you modify it outside the specified parameters, fine. But, like, being, like, deliberately trying to make it so there's, you know, there's codes and all that, that if you don't enter them, the tractor doesn't work, and yada yada. That's like, nah, man. Once I've paid for it's mine, it's mine. Like, if I want to do terrible things and ruin it, that's a me problem. Because I haven't ran into tractors, but it was, and it still is a thing that happens. But it was a thing that I remember running into more than once with car repairs. That almost every car out there has some part that is designed to only be serviceable in, like, their shop or whatever. What I mean by that is they will have a specialty tool required for it. And usually the specialty tool is nothing more than like, okay, you've got a tie rod fork, but it's a weird size. Or it requires a socket, but it's a really, you know, a really non-standard size. So that, you know, no one's going to have it unless they very specifically fix those cars. So I remember having, I think it was the Miata, like, its one was there was one piece on the required, something that's like ridiculous, like a 27mm socket. The thing was like this big around. I can't remember what it was, too. And I remember Oldsmobile, it was the tie rod forks. The gap in it was wider than normal. Which that was an easy one to get around, because you just took a regular tie rod fork, and instead of spending like 3 times the price to buy the one that they required, you get a regular tie rod fork, you get a metal grinder, and just grind down the middle of it to make it wider. Because it's a tie rod fork. It's not exactly a precision tool. It's a wedge that you whack, and the tie rod pops apart. So you can, you know, separate the pieces. Why are you sticking on every log? I just want you to go down the hill. Brake bleed valve in Toyota? Yeah, it's just a thing that, like, every car brand does it just about. They all have one. It'll always be a different one. But all of it's to try and make you have to go to, like, official dealers and, you know, whatever. And you can buy those tools separately. It's just usually it'll be like, oh, this is the socket for your Mazda. Okay, well, the socket cost $35 or $40, and you'll be like, it's a freaking socket. Give me a break. Let's see, or the trailer they sell you, has the most obscure, like, 5 and 5.5 bolt. Oh yeah, no, it's exactly that kind of stuff. Probably does that too with a few other parts. Oh yeah, no, it's not a thing that, like, oh, here's the companies that do and don't. It's a standard practice that almost every car company out there will have some type of weird thing that is a non-standard part or non-standard tool required just to force you to do it. Like, not force you, to heavily pressure you to do it at their dealership. Because the alternatives, like I said, you gotta go and find that tool. And like I said, you can buy them. But usually, because it's a special part for only a handful of vehicles, they charge through the nose. Because they know it's a very low volume item. And usually it's something you really do need. There's something else that's gonna grab. Grab those. Oh, the honey. That's right. The honey was what I was going to grab. Are the dual wheels just for access, or they serve a purpose in the game? Oh yeah, they serve an excellent purpose. They get stuck on things. But no, actually they don't do anything worthwhile in the game. Like in real life, they'd give you more surface area so you can't sink in as well. You'd arguably get more traction, therefore you're less likely to get stuck just spinning your wheels in the mud and yada yada. But in the video game, they're purely cosmetic, and they do stick out farther, which does mean they get stuck on crap. So you can get them, but they generally just cause you more headaches than you want. Now, there are slim tires, and the slim tires actually do something in the game. The slim tires in the game are your crop tires. They let you drive through crop without destroying it. You just put dual wheels on your large one for looks? Oh yeah, no, it's totally a thing that you could do for cosmetics. Like, cause that negative of catching on things is not a big deal. You don't run into too many situations where it's that. Does the extra tires sort of count as wheel weights? Would be nice if they made them matter. Yeah. I think with the terrain deformation, if they kept going with that, kept leaning into that, I could see it being a point if the terrain deformation was enough that traction would start to matter a lot more, and they could easily make that the differentiating thing, because that's what having the extra tires would do in real life. All you're doing is you're increasing the surface area, and by increasing the surface area, I think you actually just agree with Rual on that. Just said they do have a purpose. The purpose is more to do with compressing silage stack as it applies more weight in the surface. Well, I mean, okay. Like, fair enough. I wasn't thinking specifically of that. But that would mean be getting a tractor specifically with the larger tires for compressing the silage. I did not work on a farm. That has been from a whole lot of people popping in who have been working on farms and learning from them. I am not in any way a subject matter expert on farms in any capacity. A lot of that, though, isn't even farming. Like, the tires being different so far as having 2 tires width versus 1 tire width, that's a matter of physics and a matter of any vehicle out there that is an option. Because the more surface area, the more friction, the more friction, the more traction, the more traction, the more go. And then you get into stuff like, how are the ridges on the tire, the tread and all that, which again boils down to more surface area, more friction. Oh, the tooling. Oh yeah, no, tooling I wasn't necessarily talking about. Like, I don't have a background that involves farming equipment. I used to sell tools that include lawn and garden, you know, automotive, just your general, like, whatever tools, various tools you'd use in woodworking, yada yada. Hey, thank you for the raid, Random and Lost. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming and how'd it go and all that good stuff? But let me go ahead and get you a shout out. But yeah, so I got a background involves that. We also did paint and that's not the right person. Thank you, because I tried to autocomplete and went to rhetorical answer. Who is also an excellent person, but I do not believe a streamer. He's dead tired doing a raid run. No problem. I totally understand a raid run. But yeah, so check out Random and Loot. They were playing some Just Chatting according to YouTube. If you can let me in to know what they're actually playing, or maybe they were just chatting. If they were just chatting, that's fine. Just what were they doing and they're just chatting. By all means, I'd like to give them a shout saying like what they can be found over there. But thank you again for that raid and welcome in raiders. But yeah, so it was, what blows your mind is that they mow the banks of the highways on an angle. Some of those slopes are ridiculous. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there can be other reasons. Like in the game, I don't know why, but there can be reasons for like flooding and all that to make sure that the water does not stay on the road, that the road is the high point, and all sorts of different reasons. But yeah, it is one of those things from like the road safety thing. You go, man, if I go off on that shoulder, if it wasn't already out of control, I'm certainly out of control once I get on that bank. Was Alien Dark Descent? Gotcha. Well, if people are looking for Alien Dark Descent, apparently you can find it over there with Random and Lost. Thank you for that raid. But yeah, so I end up selling a lot of hand tools. I also have a background that my family ran a manufacturing plant that did machining, milling, injection mold, and a whole bunch of other stuff, doing prototype, like prototyping for a lot of different things, whether it was like government or automotive or even theme parks. Like one of the projects we worked on that's pretty cool is we refurbished a bunch of brakes for rides at Disney for a little while, which when you see those, it's both impressive and very underwhelming that what goes into a lot of those brakes. a lot of those brakes in those roller coasters, and this isn't a thing that's, you know, like Disney doing something wrong. It's just kind of what is just done in the industry. It's a glorified just 2 metal pads and you just squish the rail in the middle. And they just let them rub together. And that's pretty much what the brake is. Just a hydraulic clamp with just 2 pads. It just goes squish. Well, maybe hydraulic, maybe pneumatic. I can't actually say I know what that part is. It just squishes it. And it works. It's effective. That's happened with a disc brake in a car, but there are 4 of them. Yeah. Well, I believe it's I believe like every vehicle has their own set of those brakes, and so the idea is it's just the volume. Basically the same as air brakes on a train. That's what a roller coaster is based off of. Yep. Yeah, it makes sense for it to be air. Doing hydraulics, for all their power, they do present a certain amount of danger as well. Like you puncture a hydraulic line that's under pressure, those can be real bad. They literally use hydraulic pressure to cut meat with liquid. Just literally use a high pressure water stream to just slice meat. So, needless to say, it's not good for you. I am noticing one thing I don't like about this trailer, being in the city. You gotta make really wide turns, and even that's sometimes not quite enough. But yeah, that was fun. We did the housing for rocket launchers for the military, which was a fascinating thing. I wasn't involved in that one personally, but the company did that. And so it was this whole thing where you would have, and so I was talking about the housing, like, so if you had, like, you know, like a bazooka kind of thing. I don't know what the actual weapon was, because I wasn't, like I said, not involved in that one. But we made the housing. We were physically not allowed to make the electronics or any of the other components. And that was because they required it that one company would make one thing, the other company would make the other thing, and the last company would make the last thing, would ship it all to the military, who would then put it together. That way, at no point did any of us have all of the things we needed to make the finished product. You know, that way so you didn't end up with a bunch of unauthorized rocket launchers being sold out to the populace. You built a bomb vault to the local military one time for an Army Reserve company. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Alright, so we empty the first half, and I'll have to switch to the second half. They also use a slightly different system, fail secure versus fail safe. The idea being, if the car pressure fails, line ruptures, the brakes won't clamp stop the car. In trains and semis, they do the opposite. The brakes low, clamp it shut. Yeah. Alright, so now I gotta remember, so it's G to switch. Now I empty that one. Because like I said, this is a really big trailer, so it's got its separate segments you gotta empty one by one. And so now we do the next one. All right. So yeah, like this one's kind of a pro and a con, this fact that it's got a really, really high capacity. But like the emptying is a 3-phase thing. dude drove for months. Yeah, no, I never seen like the construction of one of those. I do know that same company that I worked at that did weapon research and development I worked at for a little while had a bunch of bunkers on site because the building used to make cruise missiles. I don't remember the company there before, and I probably shouldn't say even if I did, because don't dox yourself. But it was basically, it had been used for a company made cruise missiles. They shut it down. Not like it got shut down like it did something wrong. The company decided to not be in that business anymore, so shut down. And so then it became the place I went to. And it was funny because the local police department would rent out, the local bomb squad would rent out some of the bunkers because then they could store, you know, whatever supplies they needed in there. And it was secure and all that. The only time I got to see anything with that was I got to, I was at the facility when the bomb squad came after a hurricane. And the bomb squad rolled out to help with the removing of trees from the road. And it was definitely the kind of people who just horse around with fireworks. Except putting stuff like depth cord on an oak tree that fell over, and then having splinters left on the other side of it. Which I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. That was after a real bad hurricane. That was the year that Florida got slapped back to back by like 3 of them. Let's see, what did you do that company your family had to run? Like, did you do engineering, logistic production? So I was definitely of legal age and not having to work as any of that. I mean, it's actually fine because being a family business, there's a little bit of fuzziness to those rules. I just did whatever grunt work needed to do. I helped with the lawn, I helped with the injection mold machines, and a pinch I would help with a milling machine. But as far as like anything of like real impressiveness, not really. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. To be fair, I was like a teenager. So, you know, I couldn't do most of the more interesting jobs. What's the leader storage of that trailer? I can probably look it up here in a moment. Let me get into position. I'll probably need to pull up the thing on the page. Hey Harry, how's it going? But yeah, that was just one of those things that, you know, it was helping with the family business. Versus like the later one, the weapons research place. That was an actual job that, you know, I was the assistant network administrator and all that for it. Which means I got to get into all sorts of stuff. It was a wild company. In good and bad ways. Like, it really leveled the type of company you work in. When you went to go into the optics department, you open the door, and there's just a 50 caliber sniper rifle just sitting on the table pointing at the door, and you're like, that's a great feeling. Because one of the best ways to test the mount for a scope that you're building is to put on the biggest gun you can find and fire it a whole lot. And if it's still hanging on the other side, passes the test. It was weird. I came to feel like after I left that company, half those people shouldn't be allowed to own a firearm because they were all terrifyingly reckless. Really changed my view on a lot of things working there. I'm looking for a trailer. I was like, what is I looking for again? Yeah, I'm looking for a trailer. So let's see. So it's not that trailer, so it's going to be the semi-trailer. I think that might be the one we're looking at. Which in that point, it is 75.6 meters cubed. So whatever that is. Alright, Eggs. You have yourself a good one. As well as a Night Door, you also have a good one. I don't know what the liter amount is for that tractor, but you get the idea. Okay, so this one we're gonna drive... Wait, actually, you're waiting on me. Now you're looking for the first one on that screen? Really? This giant thing? Alright, we can check it. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Triple hopper. So 51.8 meters cubed. So that one's even bigger. Yeah, so that's the biggest one there. The 75.6. Alright. Yes, we're not quite halfway full, and we're sitting at about 16,000 liters. So I'd guess somewhere there of like 32,000 or something like that. Alright, so I'm hoping all of this will just sell at the farmer's market. I don't have to figure out someplace else to sell the honey. If it doesn't, then we'll deal with it. Then we could drop off the 2 things of, I think it's 1 thing of beams and long planks. From there, we could check to see how the temple's doing. Realistically, I'm probably just going to be grabbing like 8 or 10 pallets of both the beams and the long planks if I can't see what it is otherwise while I wait for that harvester. Because we are trying to get that done. Because we're down to the last 2 buildings, and I think realistically it'll be something like I'll have 1 step with like 6,000 or 6,000 liter, well, 6 pallets of beams. I'll have 1 step that'll be 12 pallets of beams and 12 pallets of planks, long planks that is. And I'll probably have a step that'll be, you know, beams and well, either yeah, I can't remember if it's beams or long planks and the tiles, and maybe 1 more step each. We're probably looking at like 6 to 8 steps left would be my guess. But considering I can knock out a couple pretty quickly, if I'm not taking forever and, you know, spending 3 hours on the giant harvesting contract. I can drop all of these off at the farmer's market, drop off all the planks and whatnot, see how close we are to having that give me the next information of what I need. If we are, we just grab what we need. If we aren't, like I said, I'm just going to load up a bunch of long planks and that and just see what we get. Cool, so it did take the honey. So there's 2,000 bucks or so. And I can drop these off at the temple. And then we will run and go to the warehouse, get ready for the next step. And get all that moving. Alright. Yeah, no, so, like, with my knowledge, expertise, whatever you want to call it, when it comes to all that, I have just general tool knowledge. I also did entirely too much woodworking. That's also some of the other things that's helped that tool knowledge was working at that machine shop. So again, while I never did like the engineering, like drafting and all that, I'd get stuck on the milling machine sometimes and have to mill something. I'd get stuck on the injection mold machine and all the stuff that went into that. You get stuck in just random things like a pneumatic press or whatever needed working. The only machines I didn't end up touching was the mandrel bender and the metal shear, I believe, because those are very dangerous machines. You know, and again, was a teenager at the time. So, understandably, they didn't want the teenager horsing around with a metal shear. And for those who don't know what a mandrel bender is, if you look at stuff like like where you go to the gym and they've got like the, where you lift the weight and the bars kind of got like all these different like bends in it and all that, those bends get put in by a mandrel bender, which is just this big hydraulic thing that just goes, here's the pivot point, here's the bar, tweak, put the next piece in, tweak, put the next piece in, tweak, and being able to repeat that, you know, put that in there and just instantly predict, like, precisely make it match a pattern. But it's just got raw hydraulic might to just bend steel like it's no big deal. Is the key gone? Nope, not yet. It's the only one that scared you is the hole puncher doing 1/2 holes. Alright, so can't see yet. Yeah, I've not given out the key yet. We probably switched to Farm Sim, what, like an hour ago? Oh, was it already 2 hours ago? No, it'd be about an hour ago, because I went long. Like, I went past 11. I went to almost midnight. Okay. Yeah, so we'll probably start the giveaway in, like, 30 minutes, that I will have people be able to, you know, put their name in the hat for the key, and then after about 30 minutes, we'll actually do the drawing for the key. Which is a key for Farm Sim 25 on Steam, as well as its DLC. One of its DLC or whatever. I don't know which one, don't ask me. I could look at it when we get there, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is it's the game. The only one that scared you was the half-hole puncher. I didn't really have any of the machines there that scared me. Because most of the machines you looked at, like, there was the area that does the business. Let's see, what would be your thoughts if someone got it and gave it to a friend? That's actually totally fine by me. As long as we don't end up in a weird thing where, like, 10 people are signing up just to give it to one person in chat, so it's effectively 10 votes for the same person in chat. That would be pretty uncool. But honestly, like, for a lot of people, they're going to be playing and they'd love to play with their friend. That's fine. The only rules with the giveaway, just to be clear, you don't need to be following, you don't need to be subbed, there's nothing like that. All I need you to do is, at the time we do the giveaway, if I draw your name, I need you to let me know you're here. So if I draw your name and you do not say, hey, you know, hey, I won, or thank you, I'm here, or sweet, or whatever, I do need you to be here at the time of the drawing. At which point, then I will shoot you a message in Twitch that just basically is like, here's the keys, and you'll be good. Because it's a key for the main game and a separate key for the DLC. Because that's just how it works. Alright, so we've got that. What do you have a different headset on and listen to a boring meeting? I mean, if you have your eyes on chat and someone says, congrats, Soul Adams, and you respond, that's good enough. Like, it's just one of those things. The big thing I don't want is there are bots that'll hop in that no matter what, whenever they see, like, exclamation mark giveaway or whatever, they'll just drop things in. I don't think we have many of those. And I do want to kind of reward people who are present. It's one of the reasons I actually don't announce. Like, I don't put in the title, like, hey, I'm giving away a key or anything like that. I want people who are actually, you know, here for the game, here for the community, that kind of stuff, to be the ones who win. You know, and it's totally fine if you're a first-time viewer and yada, yada, yada. Absolutely okay. It's totally fine as well as if you only watch Farm Sim, and so when I go to play something else, you're not going to be here. That's A-okay. But the point is, I don't make it super public that I'm giving away a key, because I want to make sure, you know, people are here because of the stream, not because of the key. Because if people are here only for the key, then when I don't have a key, they won't be here. So I'm wasting my time and effort there. Like, and I get there's going to be people who, it just so happens I do the drawing, they had to use the restroom, and they miss being called out, or in your case, you're saying you're in a meeting. I think no matter what time I do the drawing, that's going to be true of at least someone. So, like, maybe just one of those ones to keep an eye on. I do have the closed captioning, though. So again, if you're able, you can just kind of keep an eye. And also, it'll put in the chat, it'll be like, such and such has won, or whatever. And then I'll give people a little bit over a minute to respond. Yeah, impossible to make it fair and easy for everyone. Exactly. There's only, like, you do what you can, but you can't cover every possible situation. Like, you do what you can to make it as reasonable as you can be. But that was the reason why, like, the first key giveaway, when we did it, I did it right by the beginning of the stream. That wasn't today, that was a different day. We gave the key away right by the beginning. I gave the second key away right by the end. And this one, I'm kind of dropping it in the middle. I am just trying to target so each viewers in each time frame will have an opportunity to maybe get a hold of it. So that way people who watch late in the evening have a chance, people who watch earlier in the day have a chance. It is what it is. That's going to actually be the problem with like some of these last couple, because I don't think I'm going to wait till like all 3 keys come in, which does mean there's going to be some time segment that's arguably going to be favored just by when I give it out, but there's only so much you can do. Let's see, also you're like 95% sure there's a raccoon in your attic right now. Went out to get a drink and you got angry noises when you walked in? Lovely. All right. Oh, sorry, Garage. I saw a raccoon, and so we almost always, if we get raccoons around here, we get them in our attic. Because usually there's ways for raccoons to get into the attics. Open the door, throw in a firecracker, wait 5 seconds, close door. I mean, there's a certain logic there. Okay, so got an extra almost 5,000 income. That's good. Plus the income we got from that directly. Which would be another like 15-ish thousand. That's good news. So I need to keep working and getting this over. So that's that contract done. We'll repair the tractor on the way past here. Is there another contract we would really want to do? Not really. Oh no, raccoons being out the day aren't necessarily rabid. That's kind of, not rumor mill. It's kind of an exaggerated thing. So it is kind of one of those things that, like, yes, they can be potentially rabid. But, like, there's enough things that disrupt raccoons that cause them to be out in the day as well. They are generally nocturnal species, but I've absolutely seen raccoons out in the day plenty that were certainly not rabid. I remember reading that they're like, don't just assume a day raccoon is rabid. I mean, still don't mess with a wild animal, but... like, either way, like, rabies or otherwise... just always be careful about wild animals. Because that just can be the raccoon, it had where it was and someone disturbed its home and it's out and about because home has been disturbed. No, petted is correct. Those English words you don't have enough coffee to spell? Yeah, now you're all good. With the D at the end. Anything like past tense is ED. Not anything, but most things past tense is ED at the end. Alright, so let's get over here to the warehouse. We can hop over, fast forward time, check in the situation. If only English was that simple. Yeah, no, English is definitely one of those languages that's a hodgepodge of all languages that came before it kind of thing. So we just borrow from everything. And as a result, the consistency in way you write things is horrific. It's fun hearing my toddlers learn various idiosyncrasies. Yep. Yep. Alright. So I definitely took the long way because I ended up stopping to do that repair, but our tractor's getting pretty roughed up, so it was worth it. I'm actually hearing people say in real life, when you're dealing with sillage, you actually want narrower tires in real life. That way they push down on a narrower surface area. So, like, more whatever. Which is interesting. It also seems weird to me just driving over your stuff to mash it, which, I mean, sure, fair enough. English isn't a single language, it's 3 languages in a trench coat, beating up other languages in a dark alley, then rifling through their pockets for the loose vocabulary and grammar. I mean, you're not wrong. Because there's like a handful of languages that are like dominantly present in the language, and then every once in a while you have this word, you're like, where's that come from? It's like, oh, this completely other language way over there. It's like, oh, okay. We have a bunch of Spanish words, you got a bunch of French words that have gotten mixed in, and they'll usually not, like, it won't be literally, it's like, oh, you know, the word taco, very clear that's a Spanish word. It's not like that where it's a Spanish word, then we describe it as well. It'll be like our own horrific spelling of the word. They're like, okay, so it is our word, because that isn't the word from that language. It sounds similar or the same, but it's just different. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. The whole language is ever changing. However people use the words, that's what they end up meaning in the long run. So if the way if a way people collectively start using a word as counter to its existing definition, that definition changes, and yada yada. That's also true with how words get introduced to languages from other languages. If I have a word that is a German word that people who speak English start adopting heavily, eventually it becomes a word that you would enter into the English vocabulary. Its history is still where it came from, but like, in a certain sense, is also now a shared word with English. Yeah, no, Uber would definitely be one, because now I would argue it's used way more as the brand in English than it would be used for anything else. Alright, so let's speed up time. So let those tick down real fast. Yeah, and there's no shortage of words. We can go back, like the word cool. Once upon a time only really described a relative difference in temperature. That something was not hot. It was also not cold. It was somewhere in between. It was cool. So for long planks, I will need... 8? Is that right? No. I think 8 will do. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. As well as you, Strider. Alright. I love how people get all uppity with new words and phrases being made as if language isn't constantly evolving and all that. Yeah, no, it's like... It's one thing that I can understand the frustration when you have a word that means something and is the only word that means that thing, and then that word no longer means the thing. And so you're like, well, what do I do if I want to meet the initial definition? It's like, well, you can still use the word, but now you need to also like make sure people understand which version of the word you're using. The whole literally versus literally. And I understand the frustration there, because from a communication standpoint, it does make it more difficult. But then with, like, the cool versus rad versus whatever, it's like, look, man, if someone says cool as in they're expressing interest or emphasis on something, no one is going to be mistaking that out of context as being you're describing the temperature. At least not, it shouldn't be no one. But just very rarely would that happen. Remember, if someone is hotter than you, you're cooler than them? Aw, man. That sounds like something you would have seen on the show Doug being said as like the father's word of wisdom and or whatever. Because, like, to this day, I still remember the episode of Doug where it goes, "You show me someone who's resorted to violence, and I'll show you someone who's run out of ideas." And I'm like, get out of my head, Doug's dad. You're a cartoon character from, like, the 90s or 2000s or whatever it was. You win the Dadism Award. I wonder if I've just been driving different. I've been having way more of these being dropped. Get off the forks. Alright. But yeah, it's one of those things that like just sticks in your head so much. But yeah, no, it's just a thing. Language changes. Like it or not, that's the reality. Like, there's an entire study around how language changes in linguistics, which is not something I'm knowledgeable about. But, like, the fact that they literally study how language evolves and develops, and that you can actually study patterns in the change of language, so, like, different cultures, like, where their languages are at relative to their development, and all that kind of good stuff, that there are patterns that are seen and all that. And so that just really goes to show you, like, how much of a thing that is. So we can kind of kick and scream all we want, but that's... Language wouldn't exist if it didn't change meaningfully. Do you think it's a terrible thing that all the 90s cartoons will never be seen by future generations? Not really. Because they also have their own cartoons that are excellent that I won't see either. Like, I honestly am jealous of, like, some of the kids growing up with cartoons like Steven Universe. I was like, man, our cartoons are terrible by comparison to some of the modern cartoons. Not like terrible in a unethical or whatever way. Like, there's definitely some of our cartoons hold up well with time, and some of our cartoons you look at now and go, man, you did not age well. Like your quality was just not there. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely ones that hold up really well. I think the weirdness of Doug still holds up really well. I think Courage the Cowardly Dog still holds up well because, like, it was such a weird animation style. I feel like shows like Ren and Stimpy probably don't hold up as well. Not that I've looked back at that in for absolutely ever. Oh, what was the oh man, there was like one that they're like in a 3D animation thing, but it was like they're in a computer world. I do not remember the name of it. And I remember enjoying it, and this would be like closer to the 2000s on it. But then looking back at that, I was like, you know, that is a reboot? Yeah, reboot's one of those ones I'm like, man, that is probably one that was enjoyable back then, that I'm willing to bet if you watch it now, it probably looks horribly dated. Yeah, no, it's definitely reboot. Like, I remember enjoying it back then, but even towards the end of its own series, it was starting to look a little rough around the edges. You're being sarcastic? That's still fine. Like, it's still a good conversation thing. I definitely have messed up once or twice where I've gone back to watch a show I loved as a kid or a game I enjoyed as a kid, and as an adult watch this and go, man, how did I enjoy this garbage? This is terrible. You know, you go into such fond memories and nostalgia and just kind of ruin it. It's one of the reasons why when people's like, oh man, you should go back and play, you know, like Red Alert 1. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I have fond memories. I'd like to keep them that way. That one's probably okay. Kind of playing the original Modern Warfare and realizing, oh yeah, this is not good now. Yeah. Is there any news about Skyrim live action? I don't want a Skyrim live action, so if there's news, it's... I mean, it existing doesn't hurt me or anything like that. But I'm really not into where things are getting moved from, like, this is the cartoon thing, or this is the game one. Here's the live action. Like, the vast majority of the time, the live action, the most I could say is like, well, it's maybe okay compared to where its source material was. I'd rather just make a new story, a new thing. So we're probably looking at 11. And live actions are always... I've had 1 or 2 live actions and I'm like, that was enjoyable. Was it as good as the original? No. Like, going live action had some very significant drawbacks. Honestly, taking games in general into making the movies, it's very, very rare that it works out in a way that feels good. And that boils down to when you're playing a game, I get a whole additional dimension to deal with that you don't get in a movie. In a movie, you've got audio, you've got visual, and that's it. In a video game, you've got control. And that's something that you just don't get in a movie. So you somehow have to bridge that gap where you're taking away a whole layer of content enjoyability from something, and then still manage to make it enjoyable. That's one of the things that also makes it hard sometimes for books and movies to bridge gaps back and forth. When you take a movie to a book, you're losing all the visuals, so you gotta really sell it in words. And that can be done, I would say that's easier to do than the game to movie. And then the vice versa with the book, you've got all that time and room to tell a full story and narrative and all that, whereas with a movie, you just can't dedicate an entire novel's worth of storytelling in there. So you gotta add the visuals and somehow compress that down into something that feels good, or you just have an obnoxiously long series of movies that, because you had one concisive story in the novel, and now you're dragging it out of more movies to try and cover the whole thing, it just feels like you're just not getting the full story. That, like, the first movie ends, you're like, but where's the end of it? Yeah, and with a book, you can read minds. You could read the minds of everyone. You can have the person give you their inner monologue and all that, being like, I see what that person's doing. I'm not gonna fall for it. Versus like the movie, you just kind of have them give that glare and they like raise an eyebrow and you're like, they're onto it. But it just doesn't sell the thing. Notable exceptions were Fallout and Witcher 1. Counter-argument, I can't speak for Witcher 1. Counter-argument, Fallout did not tell the same story as Fallout the game. It was a different story, specifically made for being a series. That's a little bit different. Having a series in the universe that does not follow the main characters or anything like that is much easier to do. Even then you can run into problems. But then you don't have to worry about, like, oh, did you miss this? Oh, did you do that? So, like, it was an original story in the Fallout universe. I can't speak for Witcher, I haven't seen the series. I've heard nothing but good things. But, like, I'm like, Witcher's fine with me. Like, I got no beef with it. I played the first one. I think I started the second one. I didn't get really far, just didn't hold my interest. Not that they're bad or anything, it's just not one of the series I got into. I believe it's a good series. I'm not saying it can't be done. We have had the very rare good movie, good series, whatever, out of games. It's just... Oh, Lord of the Rings doesn't even make, like, the top 50. Lord of the Rings is fine. It's enjoyable. I don't have any real attachment to any of the Lord of the Rings stuff. Like, no beef about it. They're very enjoyable movies. I don't think the storytelling was bad or anything like that. The special effects are fantastic. Todd worked with Fallout, said it was canon. That's fine for it to be canon. My point, though, is they didn't go, all right, let's go ahead and take, you know, Fallout 76 and tell that one, or Fallout 101 and tell that story, or Fallout whatever. They had their own uniquely made Fallout stuff. And it could have an attachment to the universe where, you know, you're playing one of the games and it mentions, you know, this is Fallout 200. This happened here in the game. But then the movie is, like, actually going to Fallout 200 and seeing, like, what happened there. The stuff that usually ends up pretty terrible is, like, you know, the good old Super Mario Brothers movie. Not the more recent one. The original Super Mario Brothers movie. With the way that Mario jumped, was the, like, giant pneumatic shoes. And all that. I didn't see the Doom movie. The Warcraft movie is actually a good one. The Warcraft movie, they did a really good job that whether you were, you know, a huge fan of Warcraft, or someone who knows nothing about it, that either way it could still be an enjoyable experience. I don't really understand what's happening with the physics there. I think the same could be said for Arcane. Yeah. My part is I don't actually watch that many movies or shows these days. It's not that I don't watch any at all. I would much rather be interacting with stuff or playing games and all that. I don't really enjoy passive consumption nearly as much. Like, there's times, like, if I'm feeling like really sick and it just super low energy, different situation. That's when I'm gonna go and binge some show, but I'm just kind of like bleh, and I just don't have the energy to deal with stuff. But that's pretty rare. Borderlands movie was one of those things that so me, my wife, my older brother, and all that have played a lot of Borderlands over the years, and like that's one of Tomb's series that she really likes. And the reviews started coming in for the Borderlands movie and how like really not good it was. I'm gonna roll it this way because I'm just fighting with it. And just like really just not good the movie was. And it's always a thing that like my older brother will be like, some movie will come out and it'll be, you know, if it's something sort of aligned with the types of stuff that we'd be interested in, but it's just like really bombing. It's like, we should go see that. And I'm like, but why? The vast majority of the time, it's not even like fun bad, it's just bad. Hey, Lanix. Thank you for the 3 streams. Sure, catch the last 3 streams without missing one. Yeah, no, I'd definitely say, like, Lord of the Rings, the movies, and all that is a thing. That's actually another thing I don't like. When you have a series and you've got, like, the die-hard fans, and they're like, no, this shouldn't have been made for, like, the larger audience. Meh, how dare they? I'm like, alright, I mean, you can have this IP you love die if you really want. The reality is, it's got to draw more people in it every so often. Otherwise, as people who exist either move on to other fandoms because they just get bored of it, or, you know, they stop being around, or whatever, then eventually the number of people checking that out just keeps going down and down and down until there's literally no one to check it out. Oh, I still got 4 more. You remember back when Lord of the Rings came through Seattle? And you got to meet the Gambley's bars? Gotcha. But because like that's a thing that has happened multiple tiers in Star Wars history. Like we had the original trilogy and everyone who got super into that. And eventually, you know, they were like, okay, you know, the Star Wars audience is aging. Like, we're gonna make our next movie. It's been literally decades. So let's go ahead and, you know, target the younger demographic, the younger audience. Which they did a weird halfway targeting them thing, which, you know, opening up with, hey, let's have on one thing we have like trade embargoes, but also, you know, poop jokes. So that was kind of a real weird mix. But the point was they were trying to include it so that younger audiences could enjoy it as well. Now, the reality is, if they didn't do that, we probably wouldn't have had much Star Wars after that, because again, aging population, people moving on to other IPs, whatever. It's just, there would be fewer Star Wars fans. We wouldn't be bringing new ones into Star Wars. Not because the original trilogy was no good anymore or anything like that, it's just, you know, not that many people are going out of the way to see it who hadn't already seen it. And it's funny, you look at the Star Wars fandom, depending on, like, what age group they're in, usually what Star Wars movies and shows and books and all that they feel is best will range based on, like, their age group. And so just kind of one of those things, like, yeah, you can sit there and be like, oh, no, 1, 2, and 3 should not have happened. It's like, yeah, well, if they didn't happen, you know, we wouldn't have probably gotten the Mandalorian, we wouldn't have gotten Obi-Wan, we wouldn't have gotten the Acolyte. You know, Legends, I guess, would probably still be canon, but, you know, and that's kind of a bummer that that's not the case. But also, you probably wouldn't have gotten later movies. It probably would have just been one of those things that after a while started to fade. You gotta keep bringing in new people, or eventually it dies. But the funny thing is, the original trilogy was fully for kids. The classic heroes, Journey, prequel is for all audiences. I mean, I'd probably put it as like teens, but yeah, I'd say it's teens because the kids are probably not super excited about, like, the romance between Han and Leia and all that, and, you know, the sort of love triangle thing they started with Luke, Han, and Leia that sort of didn't become a thing. There definitely was some targeting with the kids, you know, with the Ewoks and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, I would say it's probably more teens, young adults targeting. Like, with stuff for the kiddos, i.e. the Ewoks. Because, like, we consider the first movie, and within the first 15 minutes of the movie or whatever it is, 15, 20, I don't know exact cutoff, you know, someone gets maimed and gets dismembered. So I wouldn't exactly call that a kid's movie. But yeah, no, I definitely agree they tried to be more deliberate. You know, more deliberate in the second one to be, or the second trilogy to be more all audience, but like kind of weirdly leaning into all the audiences more. So like doing, again, like the Senate, the trade embargoes, and, you know, all that kind of seriousness, the, you know, whatever, the fact that, like, it starts to show that the Jedi are not exactly the healthiest organization out there, that they definitely do a lot of stuff that's not necessarily even in line with their own views and yada yada. Let's see. I wish there was more movies that did the Darth Vader thing, a hero's journey culminating into their corruption and fall from grace. Yep. I agree. I like flawed heroes. Or, like, sympathetic villains. The villains that you look at are like, they did a bad thing, but, like, you can relate and see how they got there. It makes them more interesting, more compelling. And thanks so much for that raid, Tap Girl. I do appreciate that. Been playing some, according to this, you've been playing some Copycat, Mass Effect Legend Edition, and Web Fishing recently. If you're playing something else for your stream that isn't listed there because Twitch doesn't always give us the latest, let me know. But thank you so much for the raid, and I do hope you had yourself a good stream. So you got an actor who's played, I have no idea how to pronounce that in Fellowship of the Ring. Like Thanos, regardless of how dumb his solution was, you kind of get where he's coming from. I wouldn't necessarily that one. There's been some good villains there. Like, okay, like the logic that you got yourself to being the villain makes sense. The recourse you're taking with what's happening makes sense. But at the same time, the thing you're actually doing is awful and terrible and definitely villainy and all that stuff. Like I like those villains where you sit there and you're just like, you can understand and empathize with the villain as how they got into that path that led them there and how they came to those conclusions, how they got those actions, that it doesn't even take a huge leap of logic. There's always some flaw in their logic to get there. But it's like, in all honesty, you see that logic, you're like, I could see myself falling into that same trap under the circumstances that person found themselves. And it doesn't mean they're not evil, but yeah. That sums it up. Oh, sorry, did I miss some? That sums it up. Oh, just what I said. That sums it up. You do have to lurk and wind down for tonight, but you did an extra hour because you wanted to finish Copycat in one sitting, because we needed to know how it ended. Alright. Let's see. No one knew who I was till I put on the mask. Yeah. What was that? Arcade chick again? Jinx? I don't know. Let me want to do the giveaway. I was actually getting ready to start it right now. So what we're going to be doing is we are doing a giveaway. That's not my command for it. We'll try that again. Giveaway start. Okay. Oh, right. I'm using the wrong character. So giveaway start. So we are doing a giveaway. The giveaway is for a key for the game. We will be giving it out in probably like 15-20 minutes or so. But you'll need to enter. You'll need to do ~ giveaway space enter. Capitalization shouldn't matter. It'll respond to you if you've like successfully been added to it and all that. But it is for the full game on Steam of Farm Sim 25 and one of its DLC that have been provided by Dare Drop for us and all that. That was for, if you remember, we've been doing these tasks. We got 2 of those keys a while back, and we've been waiting on the third one. The third one has arrived, and I'm now going to quickly double check that because that would be a huge panic for me if I went in there and realized I didn't actually have it. I'm pretty sure we do. Either way, I need to get this in place on my end, so I've got the key ready to grab and drop. Yeah, those are keys. And I also need to go into here because I'm going to pull up my own stream, so you might hear a tiny little bit of echo for just a moment while I mute myself. That way, when I do give out the key, all I gotta do is pop over there and drop it. The only thing you need to do is after you do that giveaway drop thing, is when we get down to the point where I draw the name, you have to say something in chat. You have to say something in chat, because I'll give it like a minute or so once we draw. If the person does not respond, they're not here anymore, I will redraw it. And if it is those things that I draw it, and they don't respond, and then I do the next drawing, and they go, no wait, I'm here, the first person, it'll suck, but that is what it is, because then I can get in that awkward place where, I drew the first name, they got their name in, and then the second person gets drawn, and now they say they have it in, and now I've got 2 people and only 1 key. So that is the rule. I'll give you a bit over a minute after I do the drawing to respond of any kind in chat. Like, it could be like, yay, or I look forward to it, or whatever that is. I'll give out the keys, and there's 2 keys. There's one for the game itself, and then one for the DLC, but you're both going to the same person. That way you can take advantage of it, because if I give out the DLC key and not the game, cool. All that kind of good stuff. But that'll be here, like I said, in about 10-15 minutes. Or sorry, like 15 minutes or so, give or take. I don't have an exact time. I'm basically gonna go until I'm ready to stop. So I am ready to advance the day, I believe. I'm gonna keep this all moving. We'll give that out. Now that's the reason we're working on these 2 objectives. If I complete building this temple, I get 2 more keys to give out. If I get the $1 million, that's another key I get to give out. Not immediately, but once they get back with me. So that's the reason we've been pushing this. Because the way I look at it, if they do get to give out those full 6 keys by the time all of this is done, I will have basically saved chat, like, what is it? For 6 key, like 300 bucks? 300 bucks US dollars for, like, all those copies of the game. Not even including the price of the DLC. And to me, that's worthwhile, plus people seem to be enjoying it, so... Alright, so we literally don't have any contracts I care about. Let's pop over to the temple again. Check on it, because it shouldn't be done. Yep, so it's got at least another day. Any production lines that I need to do anything? Water's getting a little low, but that's fine. Nope. I hear a sleepy wifey. Back there. Tim just stepped in and went to lay down in the beanbag chair. Doze off. Yep, she's like, I'm a sleepy wifey. Alright, so we're going to advance the day again because no one cares about December. Nothing happens there worthwhile. Maybe. Maybe you get presents. We'll see. I was going to be like, you know, all depending on the generosity of chat, but I don't want to get there. That's not going to be adjusted in any means by the generosity or lack of generosity of chat. I don't want to imply that either. We got no contracts to care about here, but what should happen is this should be winding down to its last little bit, so we'll speed up time here. Alright, neither you or your sisters got presents for your birthday this year? Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things for me that I'm, like, not super worried about, like, the gift-giving kind of thing. Like, it's good to do something. But I'm pretty indifferent. That's, like, half the family members reach out. It's like, what do you want for Christmas? I'm like, look, if it was inexpensive and it was something I could justify, I would buy it. If it's not something I could justify, I'm not going to ask someone else to buy it. So, like, gift cards to places that I frequent and all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's like, yeah, so, like, just gift cards or whatever. I don't know. Like, gift cards to local home, like, home repair store kind of thing has been really, really good for me in the past. Because that way, you know, when you have something break in your home, you'd be like, oh no, this is going to cost me a bunch of money. Oh wait, I have a gift card. I can get that length of pipe or whatever I need. Not that pipe is particularly expensive. Gift cards with Abe on them. I don't know what that means. All you want for Christmas is a Milwaukee M2 heated jacket. I do not want a Milwaukee M12 heated jacket, because here in Florida, that is me sweating to death. But if I was somewhere cold, that sounds like it'd be pretty nice. That's one of the things from going to like conferences and all that type of stuff. There are a lot of places that you've got like your cheap merch, and that'll be, you know, pens and all that kind of garbage. You know, pens, rulers, pads of paper, whatever. And that's so like appreciated. Then you got like your one tier higher, which, you know, is stuff like maybe a t-shirt or a hat or a visor or something. And usually the hats and visors are honestly pretty bad. There's rare exceptions. Once in a while you get like an actually nice hat, but the vast majority of them is like, oh, this is This is a super crappy habit. But every once in a while I get one a little bit nicer, where you get like really crappy plastic shades. But you know, you get lots of like really kind of crappy t-shirts. But then you go like one tier higher, and a lot of times it'll be stuff like hoodies, which is fine, except all these places doing their hoodies, oh, it's gonna be 12 of each. This is gonna suck. All these places with hoodies, if you live somewhere in the tropics, we get like a couple days a year that a hoodie doesn't leave you in a sweaty mess. Because it usually won't be just like the paper thin, like whatever hoodie. It'll usually be like a hoodie with a little bit of substance, which is nice. Like, it's a nice hoodie. If I lived someplace cold, it would be like, heck yeah, that is a really nice hoodie. But like, I got a hoodie from Hooded Horse, which is a game development place, and I really like it. It's a really nice hoodie, but it's one of those things I'm gonna get like two days a year I can wear it, because any other day I go out, it's just black and it's really heavy, and I'm gonna get into the sun and I'm just going to like lay down on the concrete and die from just heat stroke. But I really like it, and you know, absolutely would not give it back. But it's one of those things I'm like, you know, it'd be really nice like every once in a while if I could get like a nice tank top, or like with the really nice shirts, like, you know, for that same tier as the heavy hoodie, like that higher tier, give me a shirt that's like that higher tier where it's, you know, a really comfy shirt, like the really nice fabric. Do you like Manor Lords? Manor Lords has been fun. I'm in the this is pretty good. I'm waiting for it to be more done. Like, I think it's a good game, but all the things that I was excited to see aren't in the game yet, which is fine. Yeah. No, I like Manor Lords. It's just one of those things that it's the early access thing. Like, I like where this is going. I played it on stream, but as well as games I played on stream a little bit, and I'm like, cool. I am coming back to this when it's like nearer to release. Like, I don't want to play this game this early on in its development. I want to wait till like all the political stuff is in it. I want to wait till like you got all those things where you can have, you know, different laws is probably not the right word, but the different, you know, stuff going on. I've gone to the point that as a content creator, I'll play early access because people are interested in seeing me play that early access. And, you know, especially a lot of them are considering whether or not they want to buy it and yada yada. So I'll play it so, you know, I can help them get that information feedback. But by and large, unless I'm super into a game, I will usually go, all right, I've done, you know, enough early access for my viewers to get a feel. Is the key gone yet? It is not gone yet. The drawing will be happening very soon. You can still do the exclamation mark giveaway enter to sign up for potentially winning yourself a Farming Simulator 25 key on Steam. It is the Steam version. Well, this is annoying. I don't know if I can fix that. Like, something's gotten funky with the physics with these. But it'll be just 3, 4, 5 minutes. We'll do the drawing. Yep, just gotta be in chat when it's drawn, and you have to have done the exclamation mark giveaway space enter. Because obviously, if you don't enter, the bot doesn't know to draw your name. And the only reason I don't like just give it out to anyone in chat is you could have people who already have it in chat and they're like, oh, well, like, I don't need a second copy or something. And then it gets all awkward or whatever. Alright, so we got just a couple minutes. I'll give like one last final call when we're about a minute out from the drawing. It'll probably be like literally as soon as I finish this, we'll probably do the drawing. And I mean this as in filling up this load, not this as in the entire temple phase that we're on. But yeah, no, it's, if you try to enter twice, I believe it will respond to something like, you're already entered. Which doesn't give you, like, a second name in the hat or whatever. And I believe I have a couple more in there. It shouldn't be giving... So if you typed in Q, or if you type in exclamation mark join, you'll get something wrong. But that's... I've got pinned at the top, which you're supposed to enter. If you're not typing the thing at the top, you're not gonna get in. It's as simple as that. Gotta follow the directions. Oh yeah, no, don't just do just giveaway. That's not what the command says. Reading comprehension. Listening to instructions comprehension. It's the exclamation mark giveaway space enter. There's a reason I've been reading that whole thing out. Alright, so this is getting to like the last call. I've only got 2 more of these to load up. When I get these last 2 loaded up, before I'm driving off, I am doing the drawing. So you got maybe 30 seconds to a minute. Unless I like really whiff this. Then you might have like 2-3 minutes. But you probably have a minute, like 30 seconds to a minute. After which, if you haven't already entered, then you're not gonna win. That's... if you don't buy the lottery ticket, you don't win the lottery. Obviously, there's no money transaction occurring here because that would be against TOS. I may not do a raffle. I can do a giveaway, but I may not do a raffle. Because there are so many laws around that. Alright, we're dropping these off. Just gonna nudge those right here in the middle. Yeah, I could probably just stay the way it is. And strapped in. And with that, it is time for the giveaway. If you have waited until you're hearing this, you probably waited too long. Alright, so giveaway draw. And it's going to Legend Maker 1. Legend Maker 1, are you here? Do you want the game? There, that's what we needed. Alright, so what's going to happen here is in just a second, I'm going to shoot you a message that is going to have that in there, and it'll have the 2 keys in it. The first key will be for the game. I mean, you'll see what it is. Here we go. Just make sure I'm grabbing this one. So we got that. And now I need to go back to that tab. Make sure I've got Legend Maker 1 and not the wrong person. So I got Legend Maker 1. So I go ahead and drop that in, double checking, make sure it's in the right chat. Okay, if you have any problems with those keys, let me know. I don't know what I can do about it, but let me know. So just go ahead and try and redeem those on Steam. You just got to go to the top where it says like games, activate game, that kind of nonsense. I am going to mark this as like used, and that'll be the end of those keys. So just let me know that you got that, and that it worked. I mean, like I said, if they don't work, all I can do, I guess, is have you yell at airdrops. I don't actually know what I would do in that case, because there's not a whole lot I can do, and I can't really afford to sit there and just buy extra copies. Yeah, if you just verify with me that did work. If you're able. Like, if you're on mobile and you can't do it right now, that's totally fine. But if you are able to redeem them, just let me know. You should be able to. I've never had a problem with airdrops, but I've definitely had a couple people, not with airdrop, with other things where they've been given keys and then the key doesn't work. All right. Thank you. And it's totally fine to like include the name and be like, hey, Rual gave me these keys, they didn't work. And I can independently also be like, hey, I had someone who they didn't work. You know, because I have no way to verify on my end whether or not the keys worked or not. Because the only way I could see if the key's good or not would be to use it myself, which would mean I used it and it's no longer good, and that does no good for anyone. Let's cut back the speed a little bit here. It's a pretty heavy load. All right. But yeah, so that's the one giveaway for tonight. Right now we're working on a temple. That's to try and get 2 more keys for giving out, and then the $1 million would be the 3rd key. So I got 3 more keys I could potentially get if I complete those objectives. I still got like 16 days. Can you use a key for a game you already own? I don't believe so. I think it'll say like you already own this. I still would be careful because sometimes you have like you'll have this version of the game, but there will be a different version of the game. And then sometimes the key for the other version of the game will work despite owning the base game kind of thing. I don't know about Farm Sim, but I've seen that before. Where you'll have like this version you bought, and then there'll be the deluxe version. And if you then use the deluxe version key, you get the deluxe version that is the same game plus whatever. Well, I'm sure there's a non-zero number of these types of systems that get yoinked. We're gonna try and not roll over here. We're taking our time. We got a full load. Yeah, just thank you for everyone hanging out with that giveaway and all that. I really been appreciating being able to do that. It's cool that both Farm Sim and Dare Drops are doing this, because, you know, Farm Sim obviously provides the keys to Dare Drop to do it. The Dare Drop, you know, hey, if you do these objectives, we'll give you keys. Because the developers get to decide the different things they give out on Dare Drop, to my understanding. And so there are some that, you know, they'll be like, don't worry, if you do this, you can get a background. That you can just go to their website and download that same background. And you're just like, okay, so literally nothing. Or you can get the freely available OST. And the worst thing is it'll be one of those things, it'll be the game, like a game that the OST is pretty eh. And so those are always super underwhelming. Product successfully activated. Cool. Alright, so I can close that tab. And thank you for confirming that, and I hope you enjoy it. And with that, Italics just dropping in here, blowing things up. So welcome in, Italics. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out, because holy crap, generous raid. So let's just, I almost typed raid. I've never actually followed through with that, where I accidentally typed raid to the person who's raided me that I can think of. I'm sure that has happened many times on the internet. So apparently you've been recently playing Derail Valley, Star Citizen. I did see you play Star Citizen the other day. And Stalker 2. But how was your stream? How did you enjoy it? What were you playing? All that good stuff. I also understand if you got a raid and run, no problem. Just do what you gotta do. Do your self-care. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Another person who's going to be participating in the Rimworld Hot Potato. I also believe, if I remember, I can't remember. I think you might be like 1 or 2 spots before or after me, if I remember from the list. Actually, I can look at this. Why am I saying I think? I can verify. I can do the things. Literally right before me. Literally, it's going to be Italics raiding into me. So, yeah. I am excited and a little nervous about the fact that we're both going to be right at the end, near the end of the Hot Potato, where people have going to absolutely exploded the wealth. And who knows what type of base design we're going to be dealing with. It'll be fun. It'll be chaos. But also plays a whole bunch of other games. Has played quite a few stuff that we have in common, but obviously Rimworld's on the list. A whole bunch of others. You heard the games I mentioned earlier. But Italics is absolutely fantastic. Definitely recommend. Definitely good times over there. Like, very, very, very genuinely, you know, Italics is absolutely fantastic. So check them out, drop the follow, do all the stuff. Let me get rid of that giveaway pin. We just finished that. You all missed it. So I do apologize. But, you know, that is what it is. We just gave out a key for this game. We'll be giving out more once I finish those objectives over there. and they give me the keys, because I'm doing dare drop stuff. And that's for this game that we're getting keys. Let me also... Soon I'm gonna... Oh, I saw my cruise control turn way down. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know who I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. How many hours do you have in this game? I am quickly approaching 100 hours in Farm Sim 25. I think at the beginning of the stream, I was at like 91 or 92 hours. So I probably haven't broken 100 yet, but I probably will before the stream is over. Or no, I probably won't break it during the stream. I'll probably break it next stream. I'll probably be at like 98 at the end of the stream or somewhere abouts there. Math is hard. But yeah, no, I've been having a good time with this. So if you have any questions about this, or Farm Sim in general, or Project Zomboid, or RimWorld, or honestly a whole wider games, just general tool knowledge, software development, or accessibility, I know a few things about a couple things. Thank you for all those files, I really do appreciate it. I'm going to just sneakily click out of my window once we get up here, because we do have an ad break coming, and I want to kick it as far down the road as I can. Which only lets me do it 3 times, but I'm going to do it 3 times. Let's see, would you say it's a significant better version than the last version and worth upgrading? So, I would say yes. There are people who will argue on it. I would say that graphically, the game is a significant improvement. That does not translate super well on stream, because it does get knocked down to, it's 1440p, 1080p, whatever, and video encoding and blah, blah, blah. And so you lose a lot of the fidelity. What do I actually still need? So you do lose a lot of the fidelity. Yeah, so I still plan to go late. Yeah, my intention is to go late to raid directly into the RimWorld Hot Potato. And all that. So I need 12 things of long planks. Fair enough. It also has a lot of quality of life improvements. They've got this thing called steering assist. If you've used the GPS mod, it's kind of like that is now baked into the game. It's not exactly the same thing. It's a little bit easier to use, without quite as much specifics. So yeah, it is like the GPS mod is baked in. We have literally every single crop that was available in Farm Sim 22. Plus spinach, green beans, peas, long rice, and then there's extra farmhouse goods. There's now a greenhouse goods. There is now a mushroom greenhouse as well. And the peas are kind of cool because you flood the area. You're much more interested in if the mechanics are much better or more better. Yeah, so you've got a couple additional mechanics for stuff like the rice fields. You flood the fields as your weed prevention and all that, as opposed to rolling around with that. So that's kind of a little different. You also have more crop content, and that's before any DLC get involved too. So we're gonna get even more than that. We do actually have weather systems in the game, so you can have tornadoes and hail as all that in the game. They're not super common, but I think that's good. So you don't just roll around and every other day is a tornado or whatever. I actually have not seen a tornado yet. I have seen hail 2 or 3 times. But part of it is, I think, fast forwarding through the days and running at the normal time, I probably have made my odds of seeing tornadoes much lower. Because usually I wrap up my day pretty early in the game, in-game time. You also have the logging got a little bit of an overhaul. So it's a lot more forgiving for picking up logs and all that, which does get a little comical. That with the logs picking them up, that it's almost like they got sticky tack on it. So sometimes you pick up logs, you're like, yeah, that would work. How's the performance? For me, I haven't had any performance issues personally. I do believe the game has higher system requirements. So it wouldn't surprise me if no one's had problems. Like I said, someone has had issues. But I personally have not experienced it. The one I have experienced, which we're not experiencing today, but I have had on and off, is there is currently an issue with some video cards of getting a flicker. That every once in a while the screen will flick black for just like just the tiniest little fraction, and it is admittedly a bit annoying when it happens. Yeah, the AI is way better. It's not perfect. It still does dumb stuff. But unlike in 22 where you say, hey, go do this field, and the AI looks at you and says, no, and then just sits there. This one, the only one I'm aware of it having a problem with is the weeding, like using the actual weeders. The AI just kind of throws its hands in the air and says, no, thank you. It doesn't charge, like, it doesn't even, like, charge you the money. It just literally says, I don't know what to do, and then stops. And that's the one I know of. But by and large, the vast majority of things... Would you just put that down? I'm not quite getting into position, and I'm trying to not mess up this other one. There we go. We have a 7,600K and a 1070. I have no idea. Like, I wish I could give you a genuine answer, be like, oh yeah, that's fine, or nah, I'm sorry, dude. But very, very genuinely, I have no idea. That's when you're probably going to want to take to either their forums or Steam forums or whatever. They do list the system requirements. I don't have that handy, or I would, you know, be like, here's where you can find it. But yeah, I just check where you're at with the system requirements and maybe ask around. Unfortunately, says, yes, you should be okay is what people are saying. I won't swear to that because, again, I have no idea, and I don't be like, absolutely, you'll be fine. And then it suck. But yeah. Because that happens. I haven't personally run into it because I take the same approach, just IT things. You know, you'd be like, do you meet the system requirements? Okay, according to them, you'll be fine. Are you going to be fine? It's like, I don't know. You're on a Ryzen 5 5600 with a 1060, and it runs fine. Gotcha. If you don't mind me asking, like, what graphics settings? Because I'm assuming you're not running an Ultra, because I'm not running an Ultra, but that's probably more streaming. I'm running on high. Does anyone know if there's a giveaway or something like that for the game? You wish you could afford? You literally, unfortunately, just missed a giveaway. I did a giveaway tonight, but you missed it by, like, 15 minutes. If we get more keys, I will be doing more giveaways. But yeah, so unfortunately, you literally did just miss a giveaway by about, like, 15 minutes. Recommend on medium? Gotcha. So you're running on medium. So, like, I'm on high, so it'll be a little bit lower. I did notice it mostly felt like the only time I massively noticed a difference was from going from, like, ultra down. Like, that was kind of significant. But yeah. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Game looks good by your standards? Gotcha. I would change to be like, this is what medium looks like, but between video compression and all that, I don't actually think that'd be a useful thing to do. I'm not confident that's going to stay there. What does Ultra get you? It just has, like, some of the better sharpening and all that. Like, very genuinely, it's like, yeah, Ultra looks a decent amount better, but at the same time, this still looks really good. I would say what I am seeing on my end is a considerable uptick from what 22 was, but it's not also one of those things I'm like, oh man, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. Doesn't look like 2,360 we're winning, yep. So, great AA shadows details. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, you've got, like, you can see, like, the plants there are putting their own shadows out. That might not be easy to see on stream, but, like, if I go down here, you can see, like, got the shadows from the trees, but the tiny little plants also have their shadows. We've got, like, the little details of the snow and all that. Like, obviously these weeds aren't the highest fidelity whatevers. But you got that. But yeah, so you got details, and the ultra ones will just make the textures a little bit nicer the shadows a little bit nicer, all that stuff. I definitely feel like for a lot of games, once you get over a certain level of high or whatever, it's like, yeah, it looks better, but does it actually matter? Eh. But yeah, no, it's definitely a visual upgrade from 22. The AI is better, the steering assist is really nice. I would show you, but right now I'm not anywhere near a field. And we'll probably be rushing after this delivery towards April, which is when I do my next thing with my rice fields, and then I can show you the stuff, because unfortunately in the winter there's not many contracts for me to do. Like, there's a couple, but not many that are actually running fields. Alright, I am going to slow down because we are a very top-heavy load. I'm just doing that. Ultra with HDR is gorgeous. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. Like, it looks wonderful. So it's like I can look at a game and be like, this looks amazing, but I would much rather have frame rate. So even if it looks amazing and the frame rate is good 90% of the time, I'll still turn it down till it looks good like 99.999% of the time, good frame rate. You know, every game's gonna have that thing where you go, what happens if I drop 10 trees into the same spot and physics turned on, and you watch the physics process scream for agony. Alright, Lardy, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. So you can break this game. Or you can break games in general. This one's no exception. If you cut down a ridiculous number of trees and just leave them laying on the ground, it will start to chomp your performance. Just the same thing, if you leave like hundreds of bales around, it'll start chomping your performance. But I mean, realistically, you're going to have like 10, 12, 20 bales around. You're going to pick them up, move them wherever you're going to do. You probably won't have that many just random bales left everywhere. Because at that point, you might as well be selling them. There's a setting for, there's a setting AMD Fidelity X that doubled your FPS. Neat. I'll probably have to look into that. I might have it already set. Like so for the record, I actually don't care about getting over 60 frames per second either, but that is content creation thing. My goal is to have it run absolutely as smoothly as possible for stream, and that is one thing I've got going on where I am running at lower settings than I could be, is I do stream, so I am encoding on the same computer that I am running the game. So I've got my streaming software over here just nomming on a little bit of CPU and GPU over here. So like I said, my whole thing is I want to make sure it runs buttery smooth as much as possible for stream. 30 frames per second smooth is not that bad experience. Yeah, you definitely can notice when you start getting down to like 30. But like the whole 60 over, oh wow, man, what was it? There was some tests they did in the past where there were people swearing up and down that there was a huge noticeable difference between like 100 frames per second, 120 frames per second, all that. And they did all of these tests. These people are, you know, supposedly like aficionados of it, you know, super knowledgeable. And they would have, you know, have them see different games in different frames per second. And, you know, be like, okay, is this at least 120 frames per second? And it'd be like 80. It'd be like, yes. You'd be like, okay. But basically, they're at the point that if they would have randomly drawn cards, it would have been more accurate. Which implies it's not relevant. Now, don't get me wrong. If I sit here and I have a game running at 60 frames per second right here, and have a game right next to it running at 120, you're going to notice the difference between the two. But when you're just sitting there in isolation, not directly comparing the two in the moment, it doesn't make that big a difference. And it can also depend on the game, too. Let's see, 32 ms delay on sound and less than the human brain perceives as echo after you start to hear the double. Yeah. Alright, so we've got everything for the temple set up. This temple we're building, for everyone who just popped in with the Italics raid, this is the main project we're working on right now. This is kind of our main focus. So when I started, all of this was just slabs. And this is this giant project you have on the map that you can donate goods. Well, not donate, you sell them. You can drop off goods, and they actually pay you pretty well. to gradually build. Oh, I'm clearly building this one because I can't actually walk into it right now. But what'll end up happening is as we drop off more and more goods, it will make more and more progress. What about you? Okay. I was curious if we're building both at once. We just did a drop off materials. Because it really depends on people's hertz, because people these days buy 360 hertz monitors, but devs only want to make like 60 to 144 hertz. Well, that's the thing. They were actually setting it up on the proper monitors and everything. And it was one of those things that people could swear up and down they could see the difference. And by and large, are like, nah, that wasn't true. And like, again, if you compare them side by side, that is a different story. You can notice a difference when they're side by side. But if you sit down at just any random computer and be like, is this 120? That they were like literally just, you know, drawing random cards, you had random chance was just as good. But, you know, that's always been a thing. It's the same thing that's happened with, like, sound fidelity, what people swear up and down. 20 after you get to use... And that's what I'm trying to say, Tanzoki. They had people like literally swearing they could see the difference, and then when they did tests, they couldn't. Again, not side by side. Side by side, you can 100% see it. They couldn't consistently get it right. That's the whole point we're going with here. And that doesn't mean, haha, you spent too much money. Like, by all means, get the stuff, you know, it is technically better, but is not super observable. Now, that said, between 30 and 60 is 100% noticeable. It's basically the higher you go with your frame rate, the less noticeable it becomes. It's the same thing with, like, video fidelity. You know, going from something that's, like, 1080p to 1440p is very noticeable. Going from, like, 1440p to, like, 2000 whatever is not quite as noticeable, but still notice. Going up to, like, 4K from the 2000, it gets pretty nuanced and difficult to notice the difference. And then once you start going over there, it's like... yeah, if I put these next to each other, you're gonna notice. But are you really gonna notice? Okay, we don't care about these. Those are junk. Contract-wise, and again, like, don't let me be like, oh man, he's bad-mouthing my purchases. Like, no. You know, purchase whatever makes you happy, man. But basically, it's not that big a deal if you get 60 frames per second or 120 frames per second or 200 frames per second. It's when you start dropping below 60 that's like, nah, that actually starts to get kind of rough looking. Like that you start to really observe. Alright, so we still have another day on this. It's like the day broadcast TV went to HD. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely been big steps, very noticeable. First, what makes you happy, but don't expect others to listen to you rave about the placebo effect. Oh yeah, no, I've not with the frame rate thing. Oh man, I'm trying to think of an example. There's definitely things where I've had people, you know, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's very noticeable, and then, you know, have the person be like, hey, what about this one? I was like, oh yeah, that's definitely the lower one. You're like, no, that's the higher one. Well, that one's better. It's like, well, that's the lower one. You're like, dang it. Yeah, no, like I said, it's not one of those things that is like a waste of money or whatever. Again, and there is something that it does make. There is points to certain things where it's like, oh yeah, but like the supporting technology isn't there, or like you got the wrong cabling, so you're not getting the performance. Like the classic, you go from this internet to that one. That one's definitely got better download speed, but you're using the lower throughput, or not lower throughput, the lower latency cable. And yada yada yada, just checking one thing. It's probably something you don't need to be worried about. Gotcha, just checking one thing. Alright. Oh, and for some of these things we do, there are potentially limited keys. I haven't run any of them running out, but that is a thing that can happen. Alright. So far I haven't run into that, but we could see. Let's see, replace an HDD swap to death 5 years with an SSD at work. And the user asked me if there was a difference. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely stuff like that. There's definitely upgrades that are very noticeable, and like the HDD to SSD or SSD is super noticeable. Oh, more planks, long planks. I was not expecting that. Yeah, so as you can see from the last time we were here, they've got that frame going up. Alright, yeah, so it's probably these planks we've got now, and then the roof tiles next. So I got another round of these to grab. We can go ahead and upgrade these. I'm just trying to run through there and get this all knocked out. Alright. And I need to sit there and remind myself of the time conversion for when Curie's stream starts. It's -8 UTC, and I'm -5 UTC. Because I'm sitting here in my head going, wait a second. That's either very in line of what I think it is, or I'm trying to commit myself to something way longer than I think I'm committing to. And I really should sort that out. Because we still have at least an hour and a half stream left. But, it's those things like, wait a second, that's like another 6 hours or something, like alright, hang on, wait a second. That I can't actually commit to. But an extra 2-3 maybe so hours, totally doable. Yeah, you held back LA 300 millisecond delay on every click. Yeesh. Alright. So we can go ahead and get this over here. I'll need to grab another 12 of each. But we're on that home stretch where we're getting one of the last 2 buildings done. So I'm really excited about that. Because I believe what'll happen is we'll have this step, then we'll have the roof to put on, which is what things we did for the other one during the stream already. So let's get your 10. Get your 2. I gotta do the same with the beams. Alright. What I might do is during this ad break real fast, I'm gonna double check what time I keep saying I'm gonna potentially stay up to. So that way I'm not misleading people. Because like I said, I either will be raiding directly into 2D Curie, or if it's just too long, I will be raiding into someone who I am very confident will be raiding into 2D Curie. But either way, the point is, if you just stay along for the ride here, it should ultimately... It's 8.5 hours to start? Yeah, it's not going to be a thing. That's I was like suddenly doing the math, like, wait, did I do the time zones everything? Yeah, so we're not going to be staying up that late. That is a big ol' noperino in my book. I'm not doing myself a 16-hour stream tonight. We already did that the other week. We're good. We got our 16-hour stream in for like the year. Yeah, so more than likely, I can't remember. I don't remember if FG's streaming or not. Well, time to load up Factorio. Don't do it. You'll lose all of your time, every bit of it. Great game. 100% time vampire. Ultra Steam. Oh yeah, well we're not ready to raid out right now. Like we still got an hour and a half or so. You think Farm Sim is the worst for time? Farm Sim will get you. You're not wrong. Farm Sim will get you. I do feel like, very genuinely, for just one more day, kind of, you know, that whole meme. I definitely feel like Factorio is particularly notorious for that specifically, because you'll have that one project you're working on. Oh yeah, now I gotcha. But yeah, nuts. You let that one thing you're working on, and you'll start progress. You go, oh wait, never mind. This other thing's a problem, so you start working on that. And oh wait, this other thing's a problem with that, and you'll start working on that. And you'll still be wanting to have that one thing that you are going to get done is that first thing, and just keep getting distracted by either problems that are contributing to whatever your problem is. So you're like, oh hey, I need more blue circuits. Oh hey, I need more greens, or I need more red circuits. Oh, I need more plastic. Oh hey, I need more green circuits. Oh hey, I need more copper. Oh hey, look, my train's bottlenecking here. Oh hey, like I'm not getting my train checked. It'll like, you'll get into this like chain of all your different things that are like the cascade that's causing your problem. And you'll just absolutely be like the whole day going by. I don't disagree that Farm Sim can 100% also be a time vampire. We're like, alright, well I'm just going to quickly knock out harvesting this field of peas 3 hours later. It can absolutely do that. But I do feel like between the two of them, that it is way easier for me to just delete an evening with Factorio and not realize it until I'm already, you know, 4 or 5 hours later. Which, for the people who are going to be tuning back to the channel, we do actually have a poll going on the Discord. I did a playthrough of the I did a playthrough of the Factorio DLC. And people really enjoyed it, and it was like, okay, well, people keep talking about wanting to see more. And I do have a poll that's got 2 questions going on, which is 1, do you want to see more Factorio on the channel? And then 2, if you do want to see more Factorio on the channel, would you like to see a new run? Like a fresh starting new run? Or would you rather see a, or would you rather see me like continue to build up the existing factory into like a mega factory and achievement hunt on that mega factory? That said, while it is a very even split between yes seeing more and no I don't want to see more / indifference, which for purposes of this I'm treating indifference as the same as a no, because if people are like, I go either way, then I'd rather focus on something oh, let's strap those in. I'd rather focus on something... Wait, what? Do you think Farm Sim will ever be more open world where you can have real people do tasks for your farm instead of AI? You mean multiplayer? Multiplayer exists, unless you mean like open world, like MMORPG style. And I'm not going to say it'll never be able to do that, but I would highly doubt it. Because for me personally, that honestly isn't something I would personally necessarily want. Like, yeah, you can play with multiplayer with friends and already have them do stuff for you. But like full-on MMORPG Farm Sim? Because then we're probably gonna get stuff like daily quests and all sorts of crap. Monetization gets way different there, because then you have really expensive server upkeep and dealing with people, you know, hacking and cheating and doing all sorts of stuff like that. I would rather they just keep adding more crops and equipment and all that than put a single ounce of effort into making an MMO. Now, the counter to that, I will say, I do want there to be, like, the ability to hit a tick box when you're starting the game, say, I want to be participating in the global economy. That what would end up happening is if everyone was selling soybeans, the price of soybeans would start to go down. And that would just be a thing you deal with. And so I would be down for that kind of mechanic, that you would have a large range of prices that crops could be, but it'd still have a bottom that's reasonable and a top that's reasonable. But the idea being, if like everyone was selling soybeans, like nothing else, the price of soybeans would be all the way hit on the bottom, whereas other crops would be much higher, and thereby the difference making those less popular crops more lucrative. And I think that would be interesting because it would encourage you strategically to not monocrop. That you wouldn't be like, I got my equipment, keep growing the one thing. You'd be like, all right, well, I'm growing a bunch of soybeans, I should also grow this. And even if it's not like a global thing, I could also go for that being just your in-game economy, that as I am growing more and more of a crop, it would have the tendency to bring the price down by the ratio of what other crops the other farmers are supposedly growing. Now, they don't need to like actually calculate the sell price. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Can you tell me how the train works? You don't know how to sell there? I have not done the train in forever. I believe you just brought the goods there. You had to like buy the train or whatever and load it up. Let's see, how would you balance it between servers that have 3-day month versus 1-day month? And those that have seasonal growing turned off? Well, that's kind of the thing, is those would all be issues you'd have to address. And it could even be that if you turn off seasons, then you're automatically opted out. You can't, like, to engage in the global economy, you would be required to have seasons on. They just kind of go together. The 3 versus 1 day month, I don't feel like that actually affects that much. Like, if the people are just continuing to sell the same one crop, that still is contributing on a global scale to the same one crop. Because it'd be the ratio that matters. So I don't feel like individual players on that particular situation would necessarily be that relevant. Now, the seasons on and off, I could certainly see being a thing. But even then, it probably wouldn't matter with the seasons on and off, now I think about it. Because with the seasons on and off, it would only matter if we're aligning the time in-game. I would say don't even bother with that part. Literally just have, okay, we look at all the buying and selling there's going on, period, in the game, period. And just go, okay, this, you know, proportionally in the entire community, you're selling twice as much soybeans as grapes. Okay, so grapes price go up, soybean go down. And like I said, on your individual instance, your local game, it would say, okay, well, soybeans, maybe the minimum price is $800 per 1,000 liters. And the maximum price could be like $3,000 per 1,000 liters. Like whatever the amounts are. Just pretend it's something relevant. And it just means it would be on the lower end because of the ratio of what's being, you know, in the global economy. And it could be one of those things that it is just, you know, it has like a rolling thing that after a certain period of time, it just reduces it or whatever. That way it's not like if everyone goes hardcore on soybeans for a while, like the price is permanently screwed or something like that. But yeah, there'd definitely be things to figure out. There'd definitely be ways people could break it, abuse it, yada yada. Certainly all those things are true. But that's why you make it optional. So those who just don't want to deal with it, they just untick the box. Because I actually feel like you wouldn't necessarily need to complicate that much. You need to simulate seasonal demand. Well, they already do that. Like, literally what I'm thinking of is we look here, for example. You know, you've got, we'll just grab a crop, green beans. So you see here it goes up and down. So what I'm talking about is you'd take these lines here, you'd add a little bit more extreme on the top and bottom that they could be, and that if this is selling at a higher ratio than other crops, it would take this bottom for the year and it would just bring it down. So like the peak and minimum rate, it would adjust. Is there a ability bug because all your tractors are empty dirt from... But they seem to work fine? No, so when you're looking at the repair of your tractors, your tractors don't... Like, if your tractors don't get... You know, they don't, like, break down. You don't hit zero thing and just suddenly your tractor just goes boom and, you know, the engine stops. You gotta take it back to the shop. What ends up happening is as your equipment gets damaged, it becomes less effective at its job. So, for example, with a tractor, I believe it hurts your top speed and your torque as it gets worn out. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Versus like a harvester, you get reduced yield if the header or the harvester itself is broken. Trucks like this one, my top speed goes down, I believe. Cultivators and all that, the top speed, I believe, goes down. You get the idea. It makes whatever the like main purpose of that tool is gets penalized based on the durability. And those things, for example, like the putting down fertilizer and lime and seeding and harvesting of those with durability being really low, that can make it way more expensive. Let's see, a favorite semi-truck load is full of all your random needs. Okay. Oh, gotcha. No, I don't have like a favorite load for the truck or whatever. I just chuck whatever I need on there and call it a day. I just do what I need. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Like there would be figuring out with that. That's stuff you figure out. Like I like the idea though of making the market a bit more dynamic. And again, I would be okay even if it was just you in isolation. You have to pick a tool or the tractor, both. Like I said, both have their things that they do that as the tractor gets damaged, it like I said, I think it gets reduced torque. So like it gets harder to use your tools if it starts to get way too damaged. And I believe it gets reduced top speed. And then the tool, depending on the tool, will generally perform whatever job it does worse in some capacity. Like I said, plows and cultivators, I think it's literally just the speed it works. Your cultivator work is 100% damage, it seems to work fine when you use it. Yeah, no, I believe that one reduces its top speed. Which for something going like 6-7 miles per hour is pretty meh. I still repair mine, but it's pretty shrug. Versus like if my truck is fully damaged and it's cutting down its top speed 10-20% or whatever the amount is, that's more annoying. The ones that are really bad is your fertilizer spreaders, your seeders and planters, and your harvesters. Because requiring you to put more in, you know, like requiring you to put like more resources in just to grow your crops and all that to get the exact same output, and then getting less output, that just eats into your profit margins in a big way. Generally, it's worth keeping your stuff repaired. You can certainly sit there and go, okay, this particular item, repairing it, doesn't really matter. But if you're getting to the point that those repair costs are becoming deeply concerning, you've got bigger issues. Yeah, no, the harvester header and the harvest itself, those are real bad. What's the percentage? Oh, I have no idea off the top of my head. It's not trivial. Generally speaking, you are just going to lose money not repairing over repairing when it comes to those things that there's a cost to them. Oh yeah, no, don't fix the paint. I mean, I believe paint technically impacts the rate of wear, but, you know, I don't fix the paint ever. I actually, low-key, I very much prefer the vehicles in their scuffed up, dinged up state, where they actually look like they've been used. When they're all shiny and painted and looking nice, it's like, okay, like it looks new and all that, but I'd rather look like, you know, that's a tractor that's had work. But yeah, now we're only talking repair, not repaint. Repaint does not impact the performance of the vehicle. Yeah, paint I believe is mostly cosmetic. can put this one on the back and immediately roll it. It's not really what I wanted to do, but it's what I've done. That's fine, we can make it work. Yeah, no, I'm not committing to that. No, that was me miscalculating time zones. I'm not down to do a 16-hour stream tonight. Like I said, I've already got someone in mind who I think will be streaming tonight who will, like, without question be raiding into Curie. So, if I am correct that they're streaming tonight, I'll raid them. And then if not, we will figure it out. Because I also am pretty sure Ultra will be done with her stream long before the potato starts as well. So we most likely finding someone who's just getting going. I got one person I definitely think will be, and I got one that will probably will. Like, it's a matter of who's streaming tonight. Now, let's just strap these in place real fast. Okay. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. I was like, okay, like time zone difference. Yeah, it's probably like 2.5 hours or whatever. Yeah, it should be fine. And I was like, wait, I think I'm putting the times the wrong direction for like when it starts. I was like, hold up, wait a second. I don't think that's a 2 or 3 hour wait. That might be a 6 to 8 hour wait. Hang on, just a moment there. That is way longer than I'm looking to do. Yeah, so I'm gonna go raid someone who I know is gonna go over to the hot potato. Is gonna be my plan. So it should be good. That is one of the big bummers. Is I really enjoy Curie's content, but I don't get to catch her content very often. It's while I sleep. Times those are mean. Good enough. Alright, that should be the last I need for this stage of the temple. And then we will probably be able to double check our stuff and most likely fast forward to next in-game month. At which point that is the time that we start seeding our fields. Which will be nice. Alright. Thank you for everyone hanging out tonight. I know we've had a lot of raids. I know a lot of people, you know, you raid and you bounce, which is totally valid. So people sticking around after the raid, you know, that really helps the channel and all that, and I really appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright. So let's go around this corner, and that'll be good. And once we drop this off, that'll be the next stage of the temple. Basically locked in. We'll have 3 more in-game days-ish until I need to do the next round. If I am correct with what the next round will be, it'll either be like 6 pallets of beams, which will be really easy, or it'll be like the, what was it, 6 pallets of beams, and then 6 pallets of the ceiling tiles, which is also easy. And I'll just have the last building left to build. So hopefully get that sorted. I'll try and get ourselves some more keys to give away. I am just ruining this poor car's life. He is switching lanes left and right, desperately trying to get by. And I am making sure that is not happening. He's trying real hard. You almost made it. I almost rolled it, preventing that. That's fine. We stayed on 2 wheels. We're good. You don't need all 4. You just need 2. All right, you can go by now. Okay. And then we'll just have to check on all of our stuff here. I probably need to, so this incoming month, before we start planting the rice, I'm going to need to quickly top off our greenhouses, make sure they got their water. We'll double check to make sure the sawmill's got all the wood it needs. Keep that running so we can keep getting these supplies to hopefully not buy any more than I need to. Because each time I buy these supplies, we are losing a couple of $1,000. Because while I buy it and then I sell it back, I sell it at less than I buy it, so I am doing this at a loss. I think genuinely you're intended on playing this primarily where you just build a sawmill, you sell it at the best price, which happens to be here, and you slowly bring this together. Alright, so we've got all that sorted. Yep, and we have enough goods. So with that, let's check our stuff. We have our different factories. So you're low on water. You're low on wood. That probably will run through tomorrow without a problem. Same with that, but then they're going to be basically tapped out there. Contract-wise, that's a really good contract for hoeing, but I'm going to go ahead and skip it. So we are looking pretty okay for all that. No sales that I'm going to take today. So with that, we should be good to advance to tomorrow. And then tomorrow I got to stock up the water. I got to stock up all that stuff, so we'll get all that going. So we'll sleep. We'll tell the, I'm actually going to probably have the AI drive those things back while I work on other stuff. Okay. So first, sales. We got bale wrappers, we got conveyor belt, we got a planter that I don't care about. So no sales I care about. Contracts that I can't live without. Don't care about the contracts. What are you storing money up? Is that a loan? I do not have a loan. Literally the big objective over there on the side of the screen to get $1 million. That's one thing we're saving up our money for. I am down to buy equipment that I'm like, hey, I can use that to turn around and make good money. That is one thing I'm willing to do. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and grab you. Where are you at? You should be down here. So, create job. And I want you to go there. So that way I can have the AI move the tractor. I'm honestly at the point I'm like, why am I not doing that? It costs me like 20 bucks or whatever to get them to go across the whole map. Your herd silage is really profitable. That bale stuff is, bale stuff's good. Oh yeah, no, we're not using any meta strategies right now. Right now, my bottleneck is the temple. If it does come down to the point that the Survivor Man kind of maps like No Man's Land show up, that we could start doing our Survivor Man challenge, I'll just use the really cheesy strat for getting $1 million real fast, and that is to buy a solar panel, huck it down in the ground, fast forward time until the solar panel produces, you know, enough money to buy a second solar panel, then huck it down in the ground, and then fast forward, and you get the idea. Because the solar panels pay themselves off in 10 months. So if you just fast forward month to month and not even do anything in your farm, you can just plunk it down. 10 months later, you drop a second solar panel. Fast forward 10 months. Now you've got 2 solar panels you can drop down. Then you go 10 months, and then you can drop down 4 solar panels. And then you can go 10 months. Now you drop down 8 solar panels. You get the idea how this works. And all you do is you get to the point where, you know, waiting to build the additional solar panel. It's better just go for the million. I'm using mouse and keyboard. Yep. But yeah. But that's only if we get to the point where the Survivor Man kind of maps are ready. Because I definitely want to be doing that challenge the most. I do see that this thing keeps complaining about being blocked. I'm pretty sure it's cars. But what I'll do is I'll just drive this where I'm looking to get it. We'll start these fields flooding. Then I'll go check to see how the tractor's doing. Because I'm driving the fast vehicle across, and I sent the tractor to take its time to get across and all that. But do you think sleep spam is scummy or cheating? You figure it was OP, there would be a cooldown? No, because when you think about it with like actual farming, so you've got your field, you plant it, you might have one or two processes you do afterwards. In like real life, yeah, you're gonna walk the field, check on things, like you're gonna have more you do than in the video game. But like once you've got it grown, a lot of times like, all right, you're just kind of keeping an eye on things. Maybe you have to go and like reapply pesticides or whatever processes you've got. But generally speaking, there's not a lot of work to be done. You know, it's like in real life where you have the planting season where you're sowing all your fields and all that. There's a lot of work to do, and then the amount of work you need really kind of tapers off, and now you're doing like more maintenance and all that. And then you turn around the other side, you get to harvest season, and you need like all hands on deck. So it makes perfect sense that in those times that are in the middle of the year, you'd just be fast forwarding. You know, if we weren't running contracts, it would literally be we plant the field, we fast forward to harvest time, we harvest the field, we cultivate the field, we fast forward to planting time. But we've been doing contracts in between and doing our maintenance on our greenhouses and all that. Very genuinely, I think mechanically the game, to keep the things moving, if you're not running contracts, you're fast forwarding. Now, the thing about building a solar panel and then just fast forwarding, building a solar panel and fast forwarding, building a solar panel, that's pretty cheesy. Like that's some pretty ripe cheese right there. But at the same time, you know, whatever. My usual stance, if you're gonna resort to those type of game mechanics, like other than to figure out you can do them, there's a point where you're like, you know what you should do, man? You're not the smartest driver. Literally all they had to do was lower it. That's all they had to do was just lower the fork so they would have gone through. You know, for me, like that kind of thing, other than the experiment of figuring it out, if you're gonna do stuff like fast forward for infinite money, just get a mod and give yourself infinite money. You know, skip the middle step that's just waiting. It's the same thing like when you play a tycoon style game and you get like the minimal viable thing to be profitable, and you just fast forward and step away for like a night or whatever, and then you have, you know, millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's like, all right, but basically you just did a money hack on yourself. Just if you're gonna just do that, just cheat the money. Now again, separate for testing to see if you want to figure out you can do it. And also, if you're doing that and that's fun to you, hey, don't let me ruin it. Like, however you're playing the game, if you're having fun, congratulations, you're playing the game correctly. For me, though, like, if I'm resorting to that kind of stuff, it's like, man, if I'm just gonna do that, I'll just, you know, go in, give myself the money. Which I usually don't do. Generally speaking, most of the time when I play games, I like that slow grind up. We're sleep spamming to buy sales, so you don't know if it's clumsy or not. No, I mean, like, you don't need to do that. Like, if you're literally sitting there and just fast forwarding until the very specific equipment you go on sale and like not even beginning the game, I would say there's an argument there. I'd also say that's not even necessarily in your best interests anyways. And the reason for that is as your equipment gets older, it wears out faster. So you are artificially aging your equipment very rapidly doing that. But I did try to do a challenge where I was doing a Survivor Man, but I was only allowed to buy whatever used equipment. And the reason I wanted to do it, the thought behind it, was that what I would end up being able to do is I would be able to, you know, I wouldn't control what crops I end up growing, was the way I looked at it. You know, I would sit there and be like, oh, you know, I've got what little money I've got. Hey, look, this mower went on sale. I can now make money doing that. I'll make money doing that. Oh, I got this next piece of equipment. Maybe, maybe not. I get what I'm looking for the other part. You know, maybe I end up growing cotton, which I usually don't go out of my way for in almost any run, because it's just, it's not my favorite crop. It's fine. It's definitely nowhere near the bottom. But you know, with the nature of that challenge, if it gave me what I needed to do cotton, I would do cotton. But the problem was, in practice, it was literally just fast forwarding again and again and again and again. Because I couldn't do anything with the sales 90% of the months. And so I ended up abandoning that for like a YouTube video, because it's like, okay, like the way that video plays out is, all right, we're starting a run. I've cut down a bunch of these trees and I made the money. So I now have, you know, 100-something thousand to work with. Okay, here are the 3 possibilities with that $100,000 that I could use to make money, which is like the mowing with the foraging wagon. You know, I mean, 100,000, I could buy another tile of land and just cut down more trees, which would be probably honestly the most practical thing to do. With the super duper sales, I could get like the tiniest harvester for the root crop and, you know, wait for a seeder. But it'd be like, you know, fast forwarding 4 or 5 years till I managed to get a combination of those. And I was like, this is not enjoyable. I think more realistic, a more interesting way to approach it would just be to go, okay, here's the deal. Like, you know, you start your Survivor Man run, and you kind of, you know, roll a dice and say, okay, our next crop is, okay, I rolled a 12, that's carrots. And now carrots are my like the next crop I have to go into, because that accomplishes the same randomization without fast forwarding for 12 years trying to get the right things you need to do it. You know, and then you'd sit there and run whatever you're doing to make money until you got enough money to set up your carrots, and then you do carrots until you got money to make it not horrifically painful. I do think if we do on stream, if I do decide to go the route of growing any root crop just to have like the variety, I do think I am going to get the modded versions of the harvester that have an internal storage. And I know a whole lot of people will be like, ah, that's cheating, boo. You can't do that with the AI. The AI just doesn't work well. Like, don't get me wrong, even with it having the internal storage, it'll be memey and frustrating. Just because it's slow. But I feel like at least that one won't be like genuinely painful both to watch and experience. I'll still use the small one early on, which is going to be awful, which will be, you know, the 0.8 meters wide harvester or whatever, until I can afford the better one if we were to go that way. You know what? I might do that. Not specifically the carrot thing. I might do that for like the Survivor Man challenge to differentiate it from the last one where we went into wheat and I just kept doing that kind of stuff. I might genuinely have it where we get whatever we can for our first crop to get things off the ground. Because regardless, I'm going to have to do that. But once I get off the ground... And so when I'm saying first, I mean like literally like doing the grass and the baling or whatever, or the greenhouse, like whatever ends up being. I might genuinely do that where we put all the number of the crops into the randomization and say, roll the dice, give me a crop. But like I said, I will probably mod the root crops to just like, I'm hoping there's a different mod. The one in there, the harvester they gave is something like 19,000 liters of storage or something. You know, like they actually gave it a pretty substantial internal storage. Whereas I think for making the gameplay less painful for the root crop, just give that big harvester like just 1,000 or 2,000 storage, enough that it can do like maybe a row before it fills up. You know, enough that as it's like repositioning and doing all its weird AI stuff along the edge, you know, you can just get out of the way, let it run through that, and then, you know, go catch it on the other side to drop off. I feel like if it just had that, it would be way, way easier to interact with. And then nowhere near as painful. It'd still be slow. It'd be like doing not quite as bad as spinach so far as like the amount. It'd be like doing green beans or peas or something like that, but you know, genuinely paying out better. And I would even be okay if people made a mod that's like, okay, there's two parts of this mod. The first part of the mod, you know, increased, like gives an internal storage to the harvester, but on the other hand, you know, they knock down the price like 10-20% or whatever seems like a reasonable compromise. I would be okay with that. The big thing is not to have to sit there and then fight with the AI around every single corner and be like, just please, for the love of everything, just get this sorted. Okay, so we've got the water. I realized I need to drop that off. So let's check our production line. Yes, the sawmill is basic. The sawmill's literally not running right now because it pushed it too far. Because that, to me, that was always the worst thing about the root crop is, one, if you got two people working together who are both like, you know, thinking it through and all that, it actually works relatively okay. But with the AI, it's terrible. But doing them in like the tiny harvester is really rough. But like if they just gave the big harvester.
_Jube for subscribing for 3 months. Lurker sub.
Hey, old Jube, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yes, thank you so much for that. Alright, let's get you straightened out again. But yeah, no, that's, I genuinely think literally the only thing that makes the root crop so much worse. Oh, come on, I can't see what I'm doing. The only thing that makes it worse is that total lack of, really? That high I have to go? Alright, whatever. The total lack of internal storage just kind of breaks the AI. And it makes you have to, like, directly deal with the AI's inability to handle it. Alright, we're also getting to the point here where, I'm running out of trees in that hill. So pretty soon that hill's no longer going to have anything of use to me. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Yeah, so we're going to need a lot more. Alright, so we got to quickly get this, this lumber in here. I am debating whether we're clearing all the trees off the hill and then just selling back the land and buying a different tile to start cutting the trees away. Or I'm going to try and do something with this. Because I don't think I could realistically put fields on here. Sorry about that. I'm just coughing in the background. I don't think I could realistically put this as any kind of meaningful field. It's just way too much of an incline. We'll see. Alright. But I don't know if I sell it back how much I get back. I wonder if it'll tell me. Yeah, so it'd give me 71,000 back. I think we paid something like 90,000 for it. I don't remember. So that tree's a ton. Okay, we could start pulling that closer to us as well. All right. But yeah, that'll be a curiosity. Because jumping ourselves up like an extra $70,000 is a long ways towards the 1 million we gotta get. It'll also be nice when I'm just selling these planks straight up and not trying to do temple stuff, because then that will literally be that many thousands of more dollars we get each day. Then I don't have to worry about anything. You're still at only 3,000? Yeah, we're getting a bunch of these trees that just aren't as much wood. I've got most of the big trees out of here. So we're cleaning up little ones. Because that thing carries something like 16,000. But if we get like one of the really big, there's like a Japanese tree that, you know, is like 10 tons half the time. Then when I get that one, I actually have to split it up into like 3-4 parts to fill it up. Yeah, so you're only that weight. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try get a couple of these together. I do kind of wish the winch's rope was a little longer. That's fine. Let's twist it through the others. I try and find. There you are. Stop shifting, I can't see anything. Oh, fine, I'll just bring them one at a time. It's whatever. I'm sitting here fighting, just trying to get the other one. I'm like, man, at this speed, I could just run back again. Who knows? We might actually be able to drag them together by just getting them all mixed it. You come back and all you see is trees and little bits of machinery. You just assumed it was an epic roll. No, I was trying to grab like 3 or 4 trees at the same time. And I just couldn't see anything. Because these trees are relatively light, so they don't give me a lot of lumber. And I do need the lumber, so I was trying to grab them. You guys get pretty close to wearing down the hill. Alright. Yeah, it's good to see you, Leafy Pew. Yeah, so you're at 4,000, so let's grab these. Because I got 4 of them there. Well, I mean 3 of them there now. I was hoping to just grab them all in one go and just drag them back. Got a couple big trees still up there. Not big, but bigger trees up there. Managed to not roll it. Managed to recover that. Okay. Okay, so we've got this right here. If we bring that cable in, we can bring that right up there towards the other one. So now I've got two of these. And there's three. You know what's missing from Farm Sim? Aquaculture. Then you could have your own sushi train. Yeah, no, we actually talked about the other day about I would love to see something like aquaculture in the game. Like, I think realistically it'd have a farm next to, like... You'd have something like this here with the rice. It'd just be deeper. But just have the thing where it's like, it's next to a farm. Okay, physics didn't like that. Physics is not liking what's happening here. Got some real chonkiness. Dropped 288 frames. Up, dropping a couple more frames. Does not like running 2-3 trees at the same time. We actually crashed one of the previous times running a bunch of trees. Yeah, so let's avoid doing that again. Okay. I need bigger trees. For some reason, FG has Brian. You don't really know the German TTS reader name? Yeah. The German TTS thought it was French or something. Yeah, alright. Let's see those trees up there. They're a little bit bigger. Might do some good. Because I believe I own all the land here between the two roads. So those trees on the other side of the road, I'm pretty sure I can't do anything with. But I think I can do these ones. Oh, wait, is that actually a good-sized tree over there? Oh, wait. Hold up. I have a big tree here. I have a big tree here that I cut down and I forgot about. That should top this off. I'm getting a lot of chunkiness here. I'm gonna go ahead and save real fast. Just no reason. I think I've done something that's angered physics here. So let's just play it a little bit on the cautious side. It's almost like this tree is significantly heavier than the others. All right. Okay, so we're almost over here to drop this off. I'll more than likely need to hack this into either 2 or 4 pieces for it to go in there so it doesn't just like overfill it or whatever. But we can worry about that once we get it there. But that'll be good because once I've got this, I could probably turn around and start getting to actually seeding our fields. Don't do this. Ah, there we go. I managed to get through there. It's stuck in Grandpa. Well, Grandpa needs to move. I got places to be and money to make. Grandpa'd understand. Yeah, so as you can see, it did not drop off here, so we can go ahead and detach that. And that's just because it is just too dang big. I'm gonna go here and find where I can cut it and split into separate chunks. It is 6.4 tons of tree. And now it's full. You're having slight flashbacks of trees being driven across rails and a train coming. Yep, it did happen a number of times that I got stuff stuck and all that, and the one time the train just dragged me down the road. It didn't just snag on, I snagged the logs on the train. Okay, so with that should take care of that. Was that Farm Sim 22? Yes, it was Farm Sim 22. This map you really can't quite get to the train. Oh, so we might be early to actually seed. Close. That's alright, we'll give that just a minute. Is there anything I'm like, oh yeah, we should really work on that? Nah, those aren't worth a whole lot. I'm not gonna worry about it. We can go up here. And these should be nowhere near ready. Now, let's see if 40% is enough. I think it's okay. It's taking the seed, so I'm assuming we're doing fine. And if not, then I'll feel real bad when this doesn't grow right. Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna keep planting the seed, getting this all going. That'll all be good news. All right. So yeah, so we got to replant our rice fields, which is pretty easy. It just takes a little while. We also looked at when we handed this to the AI, and it really didn't work. It's like, so we are seeding, and that's it's so dense is that solid green carpet. So that's apparently a thing does when you have like 100% fertilizer or whatever. So I think it's just trying to communicate to us that it's fully fertilized field, that I don't need to put more fertilizer down. Like if you look, you'll actually see like in the gaps of that stuff, you'll see the rice. Because when we don't have the max fertilizer, you'll still see the rice shoots without, or the rice saplings without the webbing of all this. I'm not sure what the webbing of the green is supposed to actually be. I don't think that's specific to the rice. I don't know, though. I fertilize things the max, but usually it's after they're planted, and I don't think we see that same effect in that case. Or if we do, it's just underneath the other crops, so you know, it's just not as noticeable. Another question? No, you're good. If you're asking it, someone else is thinking it. Which means you get to answer it for all, you know, you and anyone else who's got that question. And there's also times that people just don't think of the question asked. Ah, yeah, so you can actually see here. So if you look right next to me, you can see where it doesn't quite have the green webbing stuff, but you can see all the rice shoots along here. The greener rice shoots versus like the greenish yellow underwebbing stuff. You can kind of see them go by a little bit easier when I turn it sideways. But yeah, no, I'd rather people ask questions than not ask questions. One, because it makes it easier to, like, you know, keep conversation in the flow stream going and all that kind of stuff. If people don't ask questions, I have to carry the entire conversation, and that can get difficult after a while. Because I gotta keep coming up with more and more and more things to discuss. Come on. There you go. Let's see, considering you're anxious, FOMO brain, you're not sure it's useful for other people? Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty rare to get a question where it's like, I'm like, oh, that's like a bad question, or like, why are you asking that? Unless, you know, unless you're talking like moderation things, where clearly someone's doing a loaded question to force a conversation into a direction for troll reasons. But like outside of people like deliberately trolling by trying to, you know, get you to comment on something that is perhaps, you know, divisive or whatever. That's about the only time where it's like, uh-huh. But yeah, no, questions about the game we're playing, like, that's never a problem. And I don't get many of the others. Usually that's like first time chatter, and it's one of those things. You know, first time chatter, like, uh-huh, alright. Oops. I'm just trying to have an honest question. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. The classic, like, why is the worst, you know, why is the worst food tacos? It's like, that's not an honest question. That's a loaded question. Pancakes or waffles? Garbage, all of it. No, I'm teasing. I mean, it depends. So, like, yeah, first time chatter, can I ask a question? Maybe totally innocent, most likely a bot. You know, everyone in chat gets like, I mean, not everyone in chat. All of the mods in the stream are all hovering over that ban button real fast. Because maybe completely innocent, genuinely completely innocent, also probably a bot. You know, immediately followed by something about commissions or something racist or something political. Yeah, no, I definitely say, like, in both cases between waffles and pancakes, it's all about what you do with it. Like, the actual waffle pancake thing, we're talking in isolation, just a plain old boring pancake or waffle with, like, nothing going on. Probably the pancake, but also, if it's going to be completely plain, I probably don't want either. But, you know, I feel like waffles, there's more you can do with them than pancakes, but I feel like one of those things you run into is quite often waffles don't do exciting things. You get like the idea. Like if you get a fancy waffle, you can do more with a fancy waffle than you can do with a fancy pancake. It's just most people don't do the fancy. At which point, most of the time, then, if you're not going to get fancy, you're just tossing a little bit of syrup on there. You know, then I'd rather have the pancake if you're just going to be boring about it. It's not that you can't make a pancake fancy either. Waffles can be savory, but you don't like the holes. Counter argument, so can pancakes. You can also make a savory pancake, where instead of like hucking a bunch of syrup and all on it and all that, you put other stuff. Because it is like, honestly, most breading things are literally a vehicle for whatever the heck you put on it. It's the same thing with toast. Just eating plain old toast is pretty eh. Like there's times you got like an upset stomach or whatever that's like, yeah, no, give me a plain piece of toast. Like I know that's not gonna rock my stomach because it's already feeling a little bit dodgy. That's a go-to or whatever. But generally speaking, you're gonna want to go into that. Cheese, bacon, egg, cheese and bacon pancakes. I have not had them, but that doesn't sound bad. But yeah, no, it's just one of the things. It's like, for me, it's between the two. It depends what you're doing with it. Most of the time, I'm gonna go for the pancake over the waffle, but I do feel like the highest tier you can bring a waffle is a bit higher than you can bring a pancake. It's just that almost never happens, so it's almost irrelevant. Like, also, I feel like you can do more interesting things with a sandwich than a burger, but the vast majority of time people don't, and they make very boring sandwiches, at which point the burger's better. Not that you can't fancy the crap out of a burger. Let's see. You like pancakes more, but you wanted to try chicken and waffles? Yeah, chicken and waffles are pretty good. There's lots of places you get those around here. I'll tell you, it's not nearly as earth-shattering as you might imagine. It's like, nope, that pretty much tastes how it checks out in my head. It tastes like chicken, and it tastes like waffles. It's like, the fried chicken thing with a little bit of sweet going on. It's not my favorite, but I also don't have much of a sweet tooth, which is part of why this argument doesn't work as well for me. Because, like, I can go for, the occasional, like, pancakes with syrup on it. But, like, a lot of the fancy stuff you can do with them gets just way too sweet for my palate. And they're just, I have yet to really try a spicy pancake or a spicy waffle. I have not seen anyone do it. I think it would work because, I mean, it's basically a form of breading. Shrimp and grits is supposed to be good too. Yeah, you can get. So, where I'm at in Florida is a major exporter of shrimp. So, believe me, we have shrimp around here. Most of your shrimp comes from here, but not all of it. A lot of it also is like factory farmed too and all that. We do also do grits here. I'm not big on grits. Like, you can get good grits, but it is one of those things that, like, if you get good grits, they can be good. But the vast majority of grits are not good. The vast majority of grits is just like goop on a plate. Just lukewarm grits on a plate. They're very hit or miss. You're just at this Daytona Beach, etc. for the festival, for vacation. It's nice there. Yeah. Like, Daytona, that whole East Coast used to be like my stomping grounds when I was like a teenager, early 20s. The good old Space Coast. So everywhere from, like, Daytona Beach is about as north as I would go. I didn't really get up there super often, but that's about as north as I'd go. And then it'd be around Melbourne, was about as far south as I typically gone. Not that I never went farther, like, not that I never went to, like, Palm Bay area or whatever, or, not that I ever didn't go as far north as, oh, what's the historic place up there that burned down, like, 3 times? oldest continuous settlement of the U.S. St. Augustine. So it's not the oldest settlement of the U.S. that is still standing. It was the oldest continuously populated one that's still around. Nice rice fields? Yep. I've got 4 of them now. I got these 3 little ones here that are each about half-ish of an acre, half to a quarter an acre or whatever, and I got one on the other side that's about a full acre. You saw SpaceX launch is awesome, especially the sonic boom. That used to be the big thing of the shuttle coming in, was the double sonic boom. That was always when you knew the shuttle was home. You'd hear like the stuff rattle a little bit, and you're like, oh, shuttle's back. Which that's because if I remember correctly, it was the cone from the front of the shuttle would cause the first sonic boom, and I want to say it was the wings would cause the second one, just with the aerodynamics. I could be wrong about the wings. Like it was something farther back in the fuselage would cause the second sonic boom to happen. Grits are basically coarsely chopped, dry, hard corn grains. Well, usually it's wetted and everything as part of the cooking process. I do believe it is coarsely chopped corn grains, but yeah, usually cook them and you wet them. And so like that's where it gets to be, potentially dodgy, that if they over wet it, it's just kind of goopy. It's like really sad mashed potatoes, but corn bits. How do you get cows in game? So what ends up happening is you'll have an animal dealer. I believe the animal dealer's up here. Yeah, so you go to the animal dealer, and so you can buy them from the animal dealer, and they'll go up and be like, okay, we have like all the different animals. Okay, you can select this. What breed? Do you want really like baby ones? Do you want adult ones? And it's like the baby ones are cheaper, but the adult ones you get produce out of them faster or whatever. Yep, and they will also reproduce, so you can get like 1 or 2 chickens or whatever, and eventually you'll just have an entire thing. Can you pet them? I believe you can pet some animals. I know you can pet the dog if you get the dog house. I don't know about the animals you sell. Technically, you can pet the horse with a brush. I don't know about like the cows and the goats. Think of like oatmeal consistency for grits? Yeah. Oatmeal would be like basically oatmeal with finer oats. So like if you took the oats and you broke them up into like 4 or 6 or 8 pieces, it'd be roughly that consistency, just like finer grain. Oatmeal porridge with cinnamon taste doesn't. With corn taste, that's not great. I wouldn't say grits particularly stand out as having a strong corn taste. Yeah, it's corn, but I think the way they prepare it doesn't really get that corn taste in there. Yeah, and like I said, my issue is most grits, like it'll be very plain and just goopy. It is another one of those. It's only as good as what you put on it. It's just a vehicle for other things, and that's the problem. Is a lot of times when you go out and you get grits, they got next to nothing going on them, and you're just like, this is just sad. You put a lot of butter on it? Yeah. It is a vehicle for other things. To be fair, that's mostly true of a lot of rices too. A lot of rices are the same kind of thing that, just plain rice, you usually do something. It's like, yeah, you can get white rice, but you're going to hit it with soy sauce or something. Or it's going to be with something that the idea is the white rice is to kind of tame down whatever stronger flavor you've got going on. So you've got like a really saucy protein or vegetables. You put rice with it to kind of absorb and sop up that sauciness, and to take the edge off so it's just not super overwhelming. Yeah, you can do that. Like, and then the butter is the thing you're vehicling that. Yep, you can ride horses. And like I said, you can pet them. Like I said, I want to say it's with a brush that you like brush the horse. But it's just tool-assisted pets. Yeah, I'm not huge on grits. Like of the things that fill that role, you know, whether it's like, you know, rice, mashed potatoes, grits, toast, like, you know, the vehicle for other things that is a side of your dish, grits are pretty low bar for me. And again, part of that is the average grits is super sad. They can be good, but the average drags down the score on the grits table pretty low. Versus like plain toast, yeah, no one's excited about it, but it's not like actively upsetting. Versus like bad grits is actively upsetting. You're like, oh, this is literally sad sludge. This is literally a sad sludge with a little texture. I am full of sadness and disappointment now. It's just the texture when it's cold is very unpleasant. Versus like cold toast, you're like, well, it's disappointing, but it still maintains being a little, you know, not crunchy, but having a little crispiness to it. Rice cold, that can actually be relatively fine. It could be lumpy if it like sticks together real hard when it's cold, but it's still fine. You know, depending on the rice, a little better or a little worse. Like, I feel like, you know, like a Mexican rice that's a little cold holds up a little bit better than like just clumpy white rice. I feel is still not bad, but definitely not as good. As you know, like a rice with more seasoning going on when it's cooled off. Old mashed potatoes, as long as you don't let them sit so long that they get kind of that wetness to them where the water's separating kind of thing. As long as you don't go that far, they're pretty good. If they get to the point where the water starts separating, you can just stir that back up and it'll be okay. But that definitely knocks it down a good number of points. Versus grits that got cold, they are literally just kind of slimy. There's definitely a lot of things out there that if you get like a good serving of it, it's really could be a very positive experience, but a bad serving can be a really bad experience. And then a lot of stuff there's like like the classic with pizza. It's not that you cannot get a bad pizza. You can. I've been there. They're rare. But like even a low quality pizza is still a relatively good time. Like someone has to actively fail pretty hard before you get a pizza that you're like, I'm genuinely having a bad time right now. I've only had it like once or twice in my life where I'm like, no, genuinely, I kind of would have rather have not eaten this. But that's you have to especially miss on that. Because I'm not exactly the person who has like the most refined of palates out there. But I've had pizza where it's like mostly bread and bad at it. Which was one of the few times I'm like, this is genuinely an upsetting pizza. I don't actually want to finish this. Pizza is good, especially with anchovies, olives, jalapeno, and pineapple. Lose the pineapple and I'm on board. I can work with that. For me, I'm just not a big fan of cooked fruit on my pizza. Like, I'm not one of those people who, like, I see it and, you know, I'm like, oh, how could you, or anything like that. It's just like, nah, man. I just don't want warm, soft fruit. Like, I like pineapple, but I want my pineapple not cooked. I can see pineapple grilled. That I haven't done, but I've had a bunch of people talk about it. I'm like, you know what? You know what? I can see that though. Where like it's a little bit soft, but you get like a little bit of a burn on the edge, like it's a little bit of crisp. I can see them be like, you know, I can see how that would work. But yeah. But yeah, for me, warm fruit in my pizza, not really my jam. Yeah, you like that cuts out heat? Like, I can see that. What about pineapple fritters? I don't think I've ever had pineapple fritters. I'd be down to try it. It also probably also lends into my lack of sweet tooth. Pineapple's not super sweet, but I like pizza being very savory to maybe a little spicy. Like, I enjoy a good buffalo chicken pizza. Throw some red onions on there, buffalo chicken, maybe some like ricotta cheese or something in there to like mix up the cheese stuff. Would you eat something very delicious but too spicy? When Tomb's not asleep, you can ask her if I'll do that. And she'll have to decide what story to tell you from there. Because I have definitely pushed my limits on the spicy a number of times because of joy. I think the worst one was there's a I don't know if I'd call it Mexican place. I'm not sure what I'd associate as. Like, it's some kind of Latin. Some kind of like Latin Mexican somewhere in there. And we don't go there because the service has always been terrible. Like, it just takes for all eternity to get food. And like we've waited like over an hour just to get our order in before, and that's kind of like, all right, we're not coming back to this place. But they did for a while, and they took it off their menu. They had a habanero steak, and it was really good. It was really spicy. Like, they did not spare on that habanero, and I was loving the flavor of it. But it was definitely just sweat everywhere. And I did eat the whole thing. It's like, would I order again? It's like, probably not. It's like, I've got a pretty high limit on my spice. But this is definitely the one. This is definitely one that's kind of pushing me well past where, you know, am I enjoying this food or not? And it's like, yes, but also kind of no. What's in the green grates? The green grates. I don't know what you mean by the green grates. Oh, do you mean those like pallet things? The pallet things that I'm putting on here is the saplings. If that's what you're talking about. Because the things I've got on here, these are like a sheet of saplings of rice. So it like slowly takes the saplings off and it puts them in the ground behind it. Yeah, no, it was good. Like, if the seed box, I mean, it's not a box. Like, we look at this, it is literally saplings. That those are grabbing the saplings one by one off the bottom and sticking them in the ground and just working its way. Like, it's doing the typewriter thing where it goes like this and it drops, and then it goes like this and it drops, and it goes like that and it drops. Yeah, so we're actively planting the rice right now. Yeah, this is one of the new crops with Farm Sim 25 is the rice. We've got this kind of rice and you've got long rice. So this kind of rice, you put it in the paddy. The long rice, you plant in a normal field kind of thing. Well, you plant in a much larger field, and it uses a lot of the standard equipment. A little bit lower yield, but works more like the other crops. Said, rice is a semi-aquatic plant. Rice basically marinated in underwater until they sprout. And these seedlings thrust into the flooded field. Yeah, so, and the way it works in this, which is my understanding the way it works in actual growing, is you'll usually have a greenhouse or somewhere else that you can grow it from seed, like in a field or whatever, but generally you'll grow them in like sheets of it, like you're seeing here for planting. But then the idea, the reason you keep the field flooded is it doesn't, the rice doesn't strictly need the field to be flooded to be successful. It's rather that rice is very tolerant to flooded areas. But what ends up happening is a lot of the weeds that would grow in the same area as rice and various pests don't, they aren't able to sustain being in the flooded field. So you're actually flooding the field for purposes of weed and pest control. But yeah, no, there's rice you can just flat out, plant in regular dirt. It generally does have a higher water consumption, but flooding it is not strictly required. In the video game, you are required to flood the field before it'll let you plant. You get any of those farming facts? Yeah, we know random facts. I told this one yesterday, but for if you're in areas that have elephants, generally speaking, the way they handle keeping the elephants from destroying the fields without harming the elephants is they will either keep beehives on their property, or they will set up speakers that play bee sounds, and the elephants will just nope the heck out. They're just gonna be like, nope, bees, don't want it, get it out of here. Absolutely not. Nope, nope, don't want the bees. And the elephants will just stay away, because elephants do not like bees. Elephants actually have very sensitive skin, and that's the reason you see them throwing the dirt on their back, because they're preventing themselves from getting sunburned. Because otherwise they'll get sunburned like people do. It's a bad time. So they give themselves dirt baths to protect their skin from the sun and other stuff that'll mess with it. I paid a worker a wage. Wait. Okay. I don't... Oh, well, I mean, was it really only been that long that they drive over from the vehicle was only now charged? I thought we'd be way past that point. But yeah, no, it's kind of a cool thing. So it's a way, because like before they realized elephants didn't like bees, if you had elephants trampling your farm, they had to kill the elephants as the way to get rid of them. And so they're trying to, cut back in the elephants getting hurt and all that. And that's the thing they found, that it almost worked better than hunting them, because usually you'd wait and you wouldn't realize the elephants are starting to trample your crops, and then you'd chase them off and all that. People could get hurt and everything. Versus you put the bees down, they could help the crop grow by being pollinators, you got honey, and you get rid of the elephants. So it just wins all around. How much do you get for a full rice harvest? I don't have the exact figure, but I believe for what we've got here, I'm probably looking in the 20s of thousands. Part of the reason I can't give you a good figure is I am turning around with the rice and immediately making them into rice rolls, because I can sell the rice rolls for more than I would sell the raw rice. Sorry. So I get a little extra because of the production line. That does obfuscate the price. I did do a bunch of math that I've got in the Discord in the Farming Simulator channel, where I did go through all of the it's like a sheet or something like that. It's a thing for preserving rice or whatever. It's like a rice bag or whatever. But basically we're putting it in a preserve versus selling it as loose rice. But with all that, I've lost my train of thought. With the Discord thing. So on Discord, I went through like all the crops and all the steps to get them like their maximum yield. So rolling and fertilizing and plowing, picking up all the stones, making sure they're planted in time. Because it's plowing, you don't have to worry about weeding, liming, doing the whole shebang, and all that kind of stuff. You get 5,000 liter for those fields? That sounds reasonably correct. But then what I did is I took a field that was this little rectangular field. I saved it after I limed it. And so that after I limed it, I kept doing the same field again and again. So that way I could start where there's no stone, there's like the lime's down, it's plowed, all those stuff. That literally all I had to do was plant the seed, fertilize, roll it, harvest it on the other side, and then, you know, sell at its peak month. And I went through and I did that for every single crop. And it was a relatively small field. It was probably like half the size of this field because it was a long field, so long and narrow. And I did that for all of them. And I did the calculation of expenses versus the payout. So gas, maintenance, seed cost, how much it's pulled for, the repair cost on your vehicles and headers and all that. And came up with the value of each crop and all that so far as profitability. So it doesn't take into consideration how long it takes. So it's not the payout per human hour, it's the per instance. You put this down, you get this out. And it is one of those things that when you looked at the end result, rice ended up being pretty high up there. It wasn't super high up there, but it ended up being relatively high up there in the price. Oh. Alright, so I just saw that Burning Sun put how long till Curie starts. So if we look at the list here, I've got it in the Discord in the channel. Rice came in 6th. So far as the most profitable crop in Farm Sim 25. For the raw crop, this is not considering production lines. And it tied with parsnips. And so again, it's the cost going in versus out, not counting the purchase of the equipment either. Just that you've got everything, you put it in the ground, you harvest it out for maximum profit. What was the difference? So for those curious, sugar beets are number 1, spinach number 2, potatoes number 3. And then the absolute worst were grapes, olives, and canola. So unfortunately, canola before production line is the 3rd worst crop. Again, raw crop. And I do have all those estimated to the nearest 100 because there is enough variables that vary. So like, there is a little bit of RNG on the price day to day and all that. There is a little bit of RNG around, you know, well, not RNG, there's a little bit difference. If I'm using this piece of equipment, you use that piece of equipment, there could be a slight difference on which ones are more profitable. And surrounding this nearest 100 kind of takes a lot of that fuzziness out. But that's the reason why if you look at the list there, like, most of the ones are enough different that they're in their own area, but like rice and parsnips are roughly equal. And then like all of the grains except sorghum are equal. Yeah, you can be a woman or a man. You can choose either. The Facebook says sugar beets, if you remember correctly, in most northern countries, industry sugar comes from beets. Not imported from sugarcane as such, as one might expect. Yep. Most sugar comes from sugar beets. You also get a lot of sugar from corn as well. There is still sugarcane sugar, which is seen as like better sugar, but you know, that's subjective. Sugar beets? Yep. Pretty much all your fruits and vegetables will have sugar in them. Some at higher quantities than others. But yeah, so you got beets that you get sugar from. That you just, you process it down. You have sugarcane fields here in Louisiana? Like red beets, but sweet? I actually don't even think they're that sweet, but I could be wrong. I think it's just, in the processing you do, you get the sugar separated. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I've never eaten a sugar beet. I've eaten sugar that I'm sure was made from sugar beet. Yeah. Yeah, so we are going to go until we probably finish planting this field. Then we're going to go see who we can go and drop a raid over on to get us over to in line with getting into the hot potato. I thought it was gonna go till the hot potato, and then I had like time stuff corrected, and the time stuff corrected and all that. And it was like, wait, that's like 7 hours from now. Hang on, this is not a 16-hour stream kind of night. I was down if it was like, okay, it's like a 10, 12-hour stream. Yeah, that's fine. I could do that. I could ride out to the hot potato, but nah. 16, 17 hours, that's too money. Let's see, tried sugar beets, tried sugar cane. Considering the sugar cane has the texture of soft wood, it's still sweeter. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely the sweeter. Like, definitely the rare chance that I can get drinks made with sugar cane as opposed to sugar beets, assuming the price isn't substantially different, which unfortunately a lot of time it is. I actually definitely much prefer sugar cane sugar, but it is one of those things that, you know, it's not substantially different that I'd go out of my way to find sugarcane stuff, but sugarcane stuff is good. And you can buy sugarcane sugar pretty easily. I think I actually have some in the house I probably should use for something. Let's see, you've eaten sugar beet syrup on bread. It's a bit like molasses. Your friend brought you a tub once. You had no idea it existed before. Molasses is not good. It depends on what you use it for. Straight up molasses? Yeah, I'm not team molasses. But you can cook stuff with it that changes everything. There's certainly times when you cook that you use stuff that you'd be like, would you eat this on its own? No. Like, I haven't done it for a number of years, but one of the things I used to do for Thanksgiving, I did a couple of years, was I would do a wine-smoked turkey. But for a wine-smoked turkey to have any type of flavor to it that's interesting, you had to get like an undrinkably strong flavored wine. Like a red wine that you open the bottle and you retreat from the bottle levels of strong taste, because you're gonna get such a faint flavor from it. But yeah. Let's see, can you transfer animals to a new pen without the vehicle, or do you need it? I think you can. I don't believe I've ever done it though, so I am not confident one way or the other. I thought you could. If someone knows the answer to that, that would be helpful if you let you know. Let's see, bell peppers would not eat that on its own. Other things, you cooked it down, sure. I don't mind a bell pepper. Honestly, a crisp bell pepper I would go for. Like, the different colors of bell peppers have different textures, and there's definitely some of the colors of bell pepper that are less firm and crisp that are not as enjoyable to eat raw. Once you cook them, they're all pretty consistent. Like, they have a little bit different flavor, too. Checking on that later, checking on this later. We got people posting memes on the Discord, and some of them get pretty good. As we try to keep an eye on stuff on Discord in general because of the hot potato tonight, just in case we have something come up out of the blue that we're like, oh wait, I need to jump on that and like deal with it. I'm not expecting anything like that, but you never know. Not that I have like, you know, something I expect someone to like call me in the middle of the night and be like, I need you on this now. Most of the stuff can be handled by a whole bunch of people. But I do know for this time block, I am kind of one of the people up. We got a couple others to be up around now. But just, you know, making sure we can do everything we can to make sure the event goes as smoothly as possible. Normally I do not keep nearly as close an eye on Discord during the stream. Otherwise, I just get too distracted. You did post a suggestion on Discord if you get the chance to look later. Sure thing, I can check. I'm wondering if I already saw it. I didn't see... Oh, was it yesterday? I think I saw the one from yesterday, just didn't get a chance to respond to it. Let's see, can you live in your house, or is it a front? Is there a day-night cycle? Yeah, there's a day-night cycle. You can see I've got the time here. Right now I've got the time running in real time, but it can go up to 240 or 360 times normal time, where you just like watch the clouds go by and like the day and night go real fast. Generally the base speed is actually 5 times. That's not what I'm looking for. Yes, this is normally the normal speed of the game, which it does just change like the time passing so far as day and night, and it can affect a couple things other than that. It's not like a meta strategy to do one time or the other. There is some stuff it can impact with like the workers' wages or whatever, but not super worried about it. Yeah, they got a day-night cycle. Your house is mostly a place to fast forward time. Like if we're being genuine, the house is mostly you finish your work for the day and you want to be in the next day or a later part of the day. You can go to sleep there and wake up. You don't like walk into it and see everything. You just walk up the door. There's an eye, kind of be like, do you want to sleep? How long? But yeah, no, a lot of times, and a lot of people, myself included, when it gets to be like really late in the night, they will just fast forward time. We'll just double check this real fast, see if this was thinking what it is. I'll have to check. I'll have to check what it was, because I'm... Yeah, I'll have to look through it and figure out where it was. I remember seeing something. I don't remember what it was. I know there's been like the Thursdoid being posted and all that, so that'll all be fun stuff. Alright, I'm getting down to the home stretch for all this. That'll be good. Meanwhile, I'm gonna also secretly do... Gonna check at a couple things real fast. Don't play sound. Okay. New Thursdoid? Yeah, I believe there's a new Thursdoid. Talking about Build 42 going into testing and all that. Like, I don't think, like, it wasn't like a new Thursdoid today. It got posted. It would have come out on Thursday or whatever. Oh, get rid of that. But yeah, this will be the one. New Thursdoid Tuesday. No, it would have been the one from last week, but I only got, like, basically got posted on the Discord. The long story of it is, Build 42 is in testing. Limited testing. Not go get your thing and grab it. It's limited testing, but that is a good indicator. Yeah, that one. I was like, "There's a new one." Yeah, because we are getting to that point. Yep, they got pre-alpha testing going on. Yep. Cool. Yeah, so I think I know at the end of stream where we're going to be going. Because normally it would have wrapped up by now, but I want to finish this field first. And all that good stuff, which is pretty good. I do appreciate everyone hanging out and all that tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I know I'm going later than usual. So normally there's a lot of people who do have to like duck out and get to sleep a lot. You're hyped and patiently, not so patiently waiting. I know the feeling. Like, on one hand, it was like, where is it? But also, take your time. But also, where is it? I need it. Nah, they should take all the time they can to get it right. It's it's getting like a crafting overhaul. There's the animals, there's the hunting, there's all the other stuff, the new lighting systems, and all of that stuff going in. Take the time to get it right, because if you roll something out like that and it's, you know, not fully baked, any of those things can make the game really a bad experience. Crafting overhaul is what you're looking forward to? I'm looking forward to, honestly, the increase of the map, like all the new map areas, and like the basement edition. Like the buildings being able to be much bigger, that's cool and all, but honestly, like the big tall buildings we have now, how often do you actually take the time to go up the whole building? The basements, and this is one of the things I'm hoping. I'm still hoping we get loot that you're really kind of only gonna find in basements. Because those basements are gonna be straight up nightmare fuel. I'm low-key looking forward to people screaming on Reddit about how basements are death traps and that they hate it and they're, you know, so upset about it. And I'm just going to get like warm fuzzies in my heart from that. Not because I like people suffering, but because we need that in Project Zomboid. We need those places here, like, I need to go there to get the thing, but also, it's scary. It's scary and frightening. You're looking forward to farming new collectibles and more? Yeah. Yeah, no, the new lighting engine is another one that I do feel is going to have way more impact than people think it's going to have. Because flashlights will matter. Like, I feel like that's going to make the game straight up spooky. Like, that's the stuff that interests me. Like, the crafting thing, that's cool. Sure, whatever. Like honestly, I know that probably sounds like a weird thing. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. More crafting. Whatever. I'm sure it'll be fun. But, basements, basements, more map lighting, that's the stuff that's got me. The hunting, I literally, that's like a flat line interest in. It's like, yeah, I'll do it if it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, that's fine either. Like, I'll still farm and fish. Like, I'll definitely try hunting and be like, is this any good? Do I enjoy it? The raising animals, like, you know, I'm curious how long it takes to raise an animal to use it for, like, getting food and all that. Because it's kind of one of those things. If it takes any meaningful amount of time, then dead on arrival on my book. Because even the way I play, I don't stay in areas very long. So that just makes them impractical. Because in a certain way, they act like an anchor then. The fishing rework I'm curious about. I am curious about how that will be. Where instead of just you stand in spots stabbing the water and fish pop out. You know, you're supposed to actually have to put a little bit more effort into it. Does he like playing in a fully overgrown forest or something? Yeah, no, it'll be interesting, like proper Survivor Man challenge and all that. You got the place anything mod, it really helps building your farm compact. Yeah. Oh yeah, for this game, yeah, no, there's some pretty good mods starting to show up. All right, I'm gonna try. I got two more snoozes I can do. For those who don't know, just to give like a peek behind the scenes on the creator side with the ad management. So what ends up happening is when we schedule out our ads. So what ends up happening is Twitch will give us, you know, it's not available right at the beginning, but once you start running the ads, you'll get a snooze button that you can use 3 times. Each snooze is 5 minutes. And it does recharge the snooze once per hour. So basically I got 3. If I use all 3, then I've delayed the ads for 15 minutes, which I believe the pre-rolls will turn on during that time, like when it does go over that gap. But then when it plays the next ad, it's fine. But what ends up happening, though, is once I use those 3, I can't use another one until an hour later I get 1 more back, and then an hour later I get 1 more back, and then it can go up to 3. And so it is just kind of one of those things that there's a certain amount we can kind of nudge the ads forward and back as content creators, but it does have limits. Just the same as I can actually manually run the ad to, you know, it'll run, and then like if it was an hour to the next ad, or so let's say if it's 30 minutes to the next ad and I run it early, it will go to, I believe, an hour and a half till the next ad break. So you can kind of stack them a little bit ahead, but it only works like once or twice. There's like a cap it'll go to. So I can't just sit there and like the first hour stream just hit that ad button and then have like 7 hours of ad free. I can't get away with that. I don't know what the cap is on it. I want to say it's something like an hour and a half or something. Like, it's really not much, but it's enough that you can like, you know, get a little bit extra time with all that. You cannot run ads, I believe, before the first minute of stream has finished. So you can run the ads right near the beginning, but not exactly at the beginning. There's a delay. So there's like certain things you can do to like shuffle it around to try and make it as optimal as you can for your viewers and whatnot. But it does have some limitations. That said, you can actually sit there and spam ads, like, I think it's like every 5 minutes you can run an ad if you really wanted to be completely awful to your viewership. You could literally wait like every full 5 minutes and then just hit it, or 10 minutes. I don't know what the actual limit is because I've never tried to run them that close together. But I do know I was watching another content creator who their main thing is they kind of like investigate stuff and, you know, like find the news to like let content creators know about, oh hey, we have this new thing going on with ads, oh hey, like this new partnership is available, like, you know, it's just a good resource. But he was trying to test that, you know, people were seeing differences in their ad revenue and all that, and like how many people saw ads and who didn't see ads and all that, and he was trying to test it live on his channel. And so that required him to be consistently running, like, changing tags on his channel, run an ad, change the labels on the channel, run an ad, doing all this kind of stuff. And he was getting frustrated because he would change the label and be like, all right, I guess I gotta wait 10 minutes now before I can run my test. All right. But the lowest amount you saw for associates was 3 minutes every 15. The lowest amount? You mean the highest amount? Or not the highest. You can definitely go higher than that. Oh yeah, sorry. Well, so it wouldn't be every 15. The lowest amount of ads you can run in disabled pre-rolls is 3 minutes per hour. If a channel is running more than 3 minutes per hour, they are optionally doing that, and that's fine if they want. But just note that is the content creator making the explicit choice to run extra ads. So at that point, they are specifically doing that for a revenue purpose. That they are trying to get extra money from those extra eyeballs. And I would say it's not a lot, but actually can be a considerable amount of money. Like, don't get me wrong, every time I go to the scheduler, Twitch is on the tab, is like, yo, you should run more ads, man. Look at this. You're making this amount of money. You could be making three times that amount of money. If you ran 3 times as much as the ads, you ran 9 minutes of ads an hour, you could be making 3 times as much money. It's like, no, Twitch, I'm not doing that. Like, very genuinely, yes. Would I like the extra money? Yes. I'm not gonna say, look, man, I will take extra money, but I'm gonna alienate my entire audience running 9 minutes of freaking ads an hour. And I definitely remember it was like way back when I think there's more of a logic behind it now, but like when they were first doing the new program, it was programmatic that would try and tell you how many ads to run based on who knows what variable. And it would sometimes be like, you should run 18 minutes of ads on your channel. It's like, geez, no. Like, I would be annoyed by that, like not even seeing the ads. I'd be annoyed at just trying to manage that, let alone running it. And heck, I'd be in an empty room. Let's see, lowest amount you saw. So the lowest amount of content / ad. Oh, the lowest amount of content? Yeah, there was a meta strat some people were trying to do for a while to like get themselves revenue. And this wasn't big channels, this was like fairly small channels doing this. That there was a handful of small channels that they were trying to have their audiences support them. And so what they were doing is they would be like, hey, you know, I'm going to be basically not streaming this day. Go ahead and like lurk my channel, mute the tab, and minimize it on all that. gonna set the maximum amount of ads that the schedule allow, which is I think 21 minutes an hour. And so they were running the absolute maximum amount of ads and basically having their channel running while they weren't live kind of thing to just get all the ad revenue they could. And Twitch did slap down on that and be like, hey, you gotta actually be doing stuff. Like this AFK max ads thing is not allowed. Because people genuinely finding the channel getting pissed off. They're like, oh my god, there's ads running this whole time. Which is fair. Yeah, their predictions of how much ads you should run were ridiculous. Oh yeah, no, there was, like I said, there was ones that's getting up to like 18 minutes. I'm like, I'm not running that. I'm running, what is the minimum? 3? Done. That's what you're getting. So with that, we do have all of our fields planted. I'm going to try and spare you all from getting hit with, am I lying? We did finish that, right? I'm suddenly second guessing myself. Did we finish the field? We did finish the field, and if not, then there's going to be a weird stripe of it missing. But with that, we have finished getting all the things planted. So this is where we're going to be wrapping up for the night. If you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We are going to raid over to someone who will then be raiding into the Rimworld Hot Potato. So I wanted to get us there directly, did time zones wrong, and realized I'd have to do like a 17-hour stream or something, which I'm not doing. So I'm going to pass you on to someone who I know will be going there. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly. I did look up how I have to do the hosting and all that. That is the effect, the equivalent of raiding over there. But I need 1,000 subscribers. So if you don't just want to get dumped over there on YouTube, you all need to hit the subscribe button, every single one of you. So I'm going to, in the meantime, because I can't do anything nicer for you, going to drop you like it's hot, and that's what's going to happen. For all those people over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and go to the ending stream screen. Finding